Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. This is an 18-part video series showing you how to create a Chevrolet car dealership. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, and then select architecture template and then press OK. So we start out at level 1. Here is the elevation tags, and before we start anything else we should save. So let's save it to the location that we want to. So I'm saving it to the location that I want to. I put in the name car dealership. But before I click save, click on the option first, and then here it's giving you maximum backups of 20. So basically, if you save, they're gonna be save number 1, 2, 3 up to 20. Most of the time you do it if you're a beginner, so that you can go back to any save timeline that you did, and then you can recover the file. But for me, if you're intermediate or if you're good, you can put it at 1, or you could just put it at 5 just to be sure. So it's better to just keep it around 1 to 5. So now press OK and then click on save. So now that it's saved, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to architecture and then click on grid, or you could type in GR. So if you type GR, you'll be able to add the grid line instantly. You don't need to click on the icon, and also it's faster if you gonna do it like that. So now we have the elevation tag right here, and most of the time we put it in the middle, so the grid line in the middle, so that our model is around in the middle. The reason for that is this elevation tag is the view, so that all our elevation will be shown to those specific elevations. So this is north, south, east, and west. So most of the time, if you need more room, you could just select that and then drag it along to where its axis is. So now I'm just gonna add this grid line first right here. It will create number 1 grid line like so, and then click at the top. You can press escape and then escape again. Now we have number 1 grid line right here, and if we just copy this, Revit will recognize the sequence, so it will create number 2, 3, and 4 depending if you're gonna put it on the left side or the right side. Most of the time it's on the right side. So now you can select that grid line number 1, type in CO. So basically CO is copy. That's the keyboard shortcut, or if you go in modify, this is the icon that you need to click. Usually you will need to click on multiply, so that you don't need to keep on clicking copy. So here I'm just gonna check multiply, so that I could instantly add multiple grid lines at the same time. So here, this is the number 1 grid line. I'm gonna select that again, and then I'm gonna drag it on the right side because I want it on the right side to be added. So now I can type in the dimension. So here I'm gonna put 11172. It will create number 2 grid line, 6746. Then next is 7015, 14535, and then here we need to add more space, so zoom out and then go on the right side. and make sure this is 90 degrees. Nothing is creating that grid, that different degree sign there. So next, we are at number 5. Next will be 6th. So zoom out, put it on the right side. That's 14434, and then 10632, and then lastly 5338. So we have all that grid line right here. We can press escape and then escape again. So we created 8 grid lines. And then now, if you notice, we have our east elevation right here. So we just need to select that, and then you can just drag it there. You can also move it if you want. So here we're gonna move this north. So you could use move command MV, or you could just drag it, depending on what you want, as long as you do it. So here, press escape, select that one, you could just drag it. So multiple ways to do it. So now let's do the horizontal grid line. For this one, I know we're gonna extend it a lot, so we're gonna start at the top right here and just going down. So type in GR again, that's grid line, and then here we go from right to left. So this is the left side, and we could just extend this west elevation later on. We could press escape and then escape again, zoom in, and then here from 8 it will start with 9. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that grid bubble, and then let's type in capital A. So from there now, Revit will recognize that, and it will create grid line A up to B once we add it again. Here I'm just gonna select that, and then I'm gonna move it a little bit on the left side, so we have enough space to work around here. So now let's select this A grid line, and then click on copy, and then multiple is checked already because that's the last thing that we did. So it recognized the previous selection that we did, so you don't need to check it again. Grab this one and then pull it below, and then now we start typing in 4947 8289 10766 12467 7925. Again, we're going to move some stuff right here. So here I mistakenly press escape, but don't worry, we could just continue again. So this is F going to G, so I'm just gonna select that again and then pull it down. So now it's 6679 7960 7782 7460 5830 6528 and 10561. So that's the last thing. It should be M grid line. And then now, as you can see, we need to move this south elevation, so I'm just gonna grab that and then move it right about here. And then here we could just center this out. This is around the center of the model, So I'm just grabbing it and then trying to center it so that the view will still see everything that is in front of it. Because if you leave the elevation tags right about here, if we do anything right here, if we create something, it won't see anything that's behind it. So now, if you notice, we need to pull this one down as well. So I'm gonna click on one of them. And if you notice, if you click one of them, it will have this dash on the bottom. So basically that dash on the bottom indicates that once I move this, everything will move. So that's very convenient for us because we need to move everything all at once. So that's good, and then that's what makes our life easy. So here I'm gonna pull this one up again as we're going to add in some dimension. So I'm just giving it some space in order for us to add dimension. So here I'm gonna click on dimension, align dimension, or you can type in DI. Usually we add dimensions on every grid lines. So here I'm just adding each and every one of them, and then give it an overall. So as you can see, we added all of that, and then here we need to add all of them as well. So every dimension we need to add. And then pull it right here and then give the overall as well. Zoom in and everything is good. Everything is created too. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to our elevations. I'm gonna start by clicking on south elevation, and then from here, as you can see, we still need to fix some stuff. So here I'm gonna select that, and then I'm gonna move it right around here. I want my levels from the grid lines to be all crossing each other out. So here it was right here, we need to pull it out so that everything will be being seen. So now right here we're gonna have level 1 up to level 2 around 4,000. Select that. We could copy, so difference between copy. So here I'm gonna create a copy of level 2, and then we can type in at 4,000, and then level 3 was created, but it's not in our floor plan right here. So what we need to do again in order for that to show is view, and then here plan views, floor plan, and then here select level 3, and it will create level 3, and as you can see we have level 3 right there. Another way of creating levels, if we go to architecture, beside grid line or grid, it's level. So you can type in LL. The difference between this and that is here, once we add the other level, the only problem is that we need to add this one perfectly. So here 4,000, and then here we need to grab it and add it again. So here we have 4, 8, 12. Those are the heights that we need. Press escape, and the level 4 is already added. So those are the difference between copy and using level. Both has pros and cons. I usually like to create the copy command. It's because what if you have multiple levels like this one? It's very hard to just do it manually like that. level by level, you need to click and click right here to just add multiple. If you just do copy, it's very easy. You just need to copy. You can type it. You can even do array of that. So here we could select that one now. If you notice, one of the reason why if we go to level 3 and some of the grid line is not showing, the reason for that is if we go to your elevation, it's not crossing out on the elevation vertical and horizontal. So those grids are not crossing to the level. So if we pull this one up now, if we notice level 3, it has its elevation now. But if you notice, there's no horizontal grid line. Now we need to investigate other elevations. So probably in east elevation, this is not crossing out as well. So you need to fix that and pull that one. And then after that, if you check, so here in east, we need to pull it up again, pull it up, and if we check it, this will appear because everything is crossing out. So the only thing you need to do is double check each and every one of your levels, each and every one of your elevations, making sure that everything is crossing out. If not, just extend it so that every level, all the grids are showing. So now just double checking everything. South is good. East, north, and west, if we check level 3, everything is showing. And if we check level 4, everything is showing as well. So that's one of the reason why some of you guys are messaging me, how come this is not showing. That's the troubleshoot or the solution for that. So now we opened so much already. I want to clean it out. So to clean it fast, you just need to select this one, close inactive views, and only the one that you selected is the one that is open. And then now if you want to add the grid bubble on the ends as well, the only thing you need to do is select each and every grid like that and check show bubble. The only problem with this is you need to do it individually like so. Haven't seen anything that has a solution, but at least once you do this, you'll be able to see all of your grid lines. You don't need to investigate what's your location, especially like this one. This project is massive, so we need all the help that we can get. We need all the identification coordination that we have, so that once I say that, oh, you need to place this one on this grid line, you'll be able to add it instantly. So that's the only tedious part of this one, is by adding all those grid lines. And then unfortunately, it's not something that will be added on other levels, but you can do that by yourself offline. Maybe I'm gonna do that, but for now, at least it's something that I showed you how to do, and then it's up to you if you're gonna add it. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up the project. We started by adding grid lines, And then after that, we added levels. So now we're going to continue working on this. We're going to start off by clicking on wall. It's under architecture, and then this is the wall icon. You can also type in WA, and then here once you click that or type it, you will have different kinds of preloaded walls that you have here. I know there's no more generic walls, so you might have something like this, and what you do is just edit type and then just click on duplicate and put in exterior wall number 1. Let's make this one capital. And then here you just need to edit type, and then basically the generic is only the core boundaries, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the 3 things that you cannot delete here. So here from exterior side you can delete it, and then once you come here it's grayed out, it's not selectable. But here once you select that, you'll be able to delete that. And then here you just need to set up the thickness. I'm gonna put in 200, and then for the material, let's put something white for now. So you could do gypsum, clad white, or even the laminate. So even the plaster, you could just use that. So here, let's set up the plaster, press apply, OK, and then OK, and then OK again. And then now we're ready to add our exterior wall. So here, let me zoom in. We have M1 right here. Let's start off by clicking M1. So from M1 up to and then click on up to M4. So select that, and then from M4 we're going to add 9632. So we're just adding 9632 on that, and then here we need to click right about until our K grid line, and then here again we're gonna click on number 6, so K6 grid line. But here we're going to add, so press escape, we're going to add a wall right here, and then from that wall we're going to set up the distance from the 6th grid line up to this wall. Select that, and then we want to put 3773, and then now we could trim and extend this one. So TR, type in TR, so that's basically under modify, and this is the icon. So we're just gonna trim that, and then it will be trimmed like so. And then after that, what we need to do is we need to go to our L grid line. So we're just going to put that one there, and then we're just going to extend this. So here we could select that one, and then CS, that's create similar. This is the icon on that. So basically once we have anything that we already added before, we can add it instantly by just selecting that and then CS. So here select that, and then we're just gonna add 2429, but you want to make sure that you're 90 degrees or you're straight. 2429, and then here what we need to do is just select number 8 grid line, right? So, and then after that go to H8. So our H8 is right here, and then close that off. up to number, like basically around here. So it will give you a dashed line indicating that this is aligned. If not, what you do is you need to press escape, AL, so that's align. You can select this face and then up to this face, and then as you can see, you know that those are aligned. And then right now, if we select one of them, it's unconnected. What we need to do is select one of them, click on tab, it will select all of them. So select it again, so it will be selected, and then we just need to constrain it up to level 3. So it's up to 8,000 as well, but at least we constrain it to that level. It's not just hanging around at 8,000, it is something that is restricted on level 3. So that's what we need to do. And then after that, we need to connect this one as well. So for this one, what we need to do is we need to add it up to E grid line. So we just need to select E. So this is E. Select that one, extend it up to E. And then select that again, CS. We need to add it around here up to, this will be grid line 6. So grid line 6 is right about here. So just connect it there. So that's E6. And then now going up, that will be up to B6. So which is right here, B and then 6. Going back, this will be around number 5 grid line, and then go back, go up, so that will be A6. And then here we need to go to A2, and then going down, this will be at E again, so E2, going to E1, and then going down all the way to M1 again. And obviously this is not all up to level 3. Some of them will be on different levels, so we just need to add them on up to level 3 for now, and then once we're in there to fix things, we're gonna set that up in different level. So for now, just leave it like that. So our exterior wall has been added. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off by adding the interior wall, and then also what we need to do is we're going to add our garage door. Those are those rolling garage door that is needed in order for us to envision where all the cars are going, how things will work, how things will flow into our building. So here, this will be our showroom. This will be all new cars, and then also we will have used car area. This will be our used car area. This is where they're going to be all the cars from our clients will be entering. They will be checked on, and then this will be all service area as well. The new area, or the new this is what they call bullpen, is where they will showcase all the new cars. Salespeople will be there, manager rooms and those kind of stuff will be there. It will have a mezzanine or a second floor. So viewing here, and then also right here is another service area. So most of the time this service area will be the ones that will deal with oil change, those simple maintenance problems will be dealt here. And then here is where they will have multiple day maintenance or multiple day car. So if you have a big problem with your car, this is where it will be going. They will have more equipment, and then they could assess more. So those are the things that I'm planning to do. They will have also like a wash bay area and those kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll be able to showcase all of them. And then now, like I said, let's click on architecture, click on wall. We have exterior wall right now. We need to add interior wall. So I'm just gonna edit type on that. Duplicate, and then here instead of number 2 we will put interior wall number 1, and then press OK. Edit. We could change this one to something white again. I'm planning on just putting on gypsum wallboard. We could put plaster as well, but I just want to differentiate them just in case. Obviously for exterior wall we're gonna change the materials and those kind of stuff. So I just want the inside to be white for now, and then we're going to do something about that later on. So here we have our interior wall. Let's zoom in on this part. Like I said, this will be something that the car will enter here, service area, they're gonna be assessed, and then they're gonna be pulled out from here to the service bay 1 or 2. So here I'm just going to extend this. Luckily we're going to maintain the thickness of the wall, so 200, so we don't need to align all of them, but it's easy to align. Just don't join them first, align them. You add the wall first if you're planning to put a different thickness. Add the wall first, align them to the face, and then after that join them. That's how I usually do it, so that everything is not crooked. So here I'm just extending those. I'm adding walls for that, and also for here we're going to add walls. So now one by one we're basically changing all of that. We're giving some portioning or the areas for each one, and then we have some right here. It will be a much more different area, as you know, we have some office, so private offices, so we will deal with that. And then here we just need to try and change all of this. I'm going to add this wall right here. This will need to be opened. And then here needs to be 6. So that will be 6, and then gonna be open afterwards. So for now we need to add a wall right here under I. So here an I, we need to add it from here all the way to the end, and then from here we're going to add in more. So let's just add it right here in the middle for now. I'm just basically assessing everything. We could have it right here. And then here under L, don't worry, I'm gonna give out all the dimensions, all the measurements. So I'm just trying to add those for now so that I could envision what we're going to do here. Okay. Then we have wash base here. Under D, we're going to have some lines here. So I'm just going to add C1 to C5 and then D1 to D5. And then obviously we're going to have more right here. Let's zoom in here, and then under I, let's just add, we added already this one wall right here, CS. On that we're gonna add in another wall, vertical. Select that. It needs to be 2854. We can put 55, 2855, and then we will have the stairs here and also some of the washroom as well. And then here we need to have another wall. The wall should be 1600 from the other wall to give it some space. So this one should be 1600. And then this should be around 3100 for the size. Select the wall again and then add. This one should be all the way up to I. So we're gonna add those now. And then we will need to add a space for the elevator right here. So this elevator will be spaced out, and then here we will need to have a gap around 1225 for the gap there, and then this is all the way in the middle right here. CS, grab it there. This should be a line from this wall. So this is number one wall. I want it to be around 15100, and then let's just trim and extend right here and then align that. And then here I just want it to be aligned right here and then clean off. And then for this area I want to extend this part around 3000, sorry, around 2200 actually. So I'm gonna add in another wall right here and then select that, and then 2200 from this line. So that's J line. And then here I'm going to extend that. We could trim this off, and then we could just pull this one back off, and then select that. CS, I want it to be around 3100 altogether. So select that, 3100, that's perfect. So just enough. And then select that again, CS, and then another wall right here. This is just around 1150. So 1150, just a small so a small room, and then this will be the universal washroom, and then we could just pull this one up so that this is all opened, and then all of this will be all the first row of offices. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add exterior and interior wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. And right here, what we're going to do is we're going to close this off. I'm going to select this wall and then CS. And here it's around 5,000. Select this. I'm gonna put in around 2,000, and we can pull this one off and create this one. CS on this. We're going to divide this now, so I'm gonna add a wall right here, and this wall is around 1800, and I'm just going to push this one right about here, and then this one right there. This is just an opening, so I could open this one off. This is from the stairs going outside, going on this side and on this side. This is just an elevator right here, and then we're going to add walls right here, and we're gonna put it at 3,600 each. So copy 3,600, then 3,600 again, and here we're just going to leave this one at 42, around 4,300 for this, the last one. And then here it's supposed to be around 7,500 from this wall, 7,500 going there, and then we're going to add 2,600, 2,650 right here, and then just closing it off like there. And then we're going to have an opening here, so we could just trim this off like so, and then a wall opening here just for a small cafeteria right here, so we could just open this that one later on. This one is just a big office. It will be an open concept office, so we could just put in glass around or a wall opening as well. This will be another open office, and then here will be some of the cars that they're gonna showcase and the bullpens around it. This will be the universal washroom. Stairs right here. There's going to be another set of offices around at the back right here, and also right here. And then now let's add in one more here. This will be around, I'm gonna set this one right here at this, so right here I'm gonna grab that This will be around 6,400. And for the depth, I want it to be 2,400. Sorry, 4,800. And then close it off. This will be 11128, and this will be the storage, equipment storage for this area. And we're gonna give it some space, some opening. And then here we will also have another set. This will be around 3,000 depth. Going around here, we're going to create some opening right there, another office. And then here will be this will be an area for some customer to ask. So we will have this one around 2,000, and then here we will have 1,600, and then this will be 1,600 as well. So you guys can follow. And another washroom right here beside we will have stairs right here on this side. So select here, I'm gonna connect this one right here, and this will be 6,600. And the thickness, I'm gonna select this one and put it right there. It should be around 2,300. So here we could actually just move this one right about here, and then we could actually just align this one so that it's easier, and then we could just divide them all together. This one, let's just make it 1,500. We have enough space here for some customers to come in. CS, this will be 65, 70 right here, and then we could have a washroom right here, and we could put it at 3650, and then we just have some space here. We could pull this one out. This will be around 3,500 right there. So we have enough space to go around. I'm gonna open this one out like so, just halfway of this CS, and then give it some space around 2,000 so that we could have a door there. This one should be around 1,300. And then we could go outside here and then here as well. And we're just going to have some storage around here. We have enough space, so just put it 3,500 and then just close it off. So you could just align it from this wall, and we're good on that. So in order for us to visualize it properly, I would like to add a door. So let's go to insert, load family, and then click on doors. Let's just use commercial for now, and let's see if we have something that is good for now to add. We could do like this one, full tilt, click on open, select everything, hold on shift and select below, and then press OK. It's just saying that, are you sure you want to load everything? And yes, we are. We could just type in DR, and then 750 is the one that we can add right now. Let's do 900 by 2000. So we have an opening here, a door opening right there. Let's add in garage later on, but here we have a storage, so we could just add it right here. Fortunately, we need to align it right here so that we have access. So here we need to be consistent with the spacing. So we have storage there, we have an access right here, and then another access right here on this side, and then another exit door right here. We have the elevator right about there, and then the office, we're going to just simply add doors so that you guys can visualize what I'm trying to do here. The location of the offices, and then here we have opening for here and another office right about here, and then we have washroom right here, opening or exit door for the stairs right here, and then here to have it on this side, and then there's the stairs here. We have an opening door right about here, and then let's put in a garage door. We have a door right here. I'm going to select that again to change the size, so to make it smaller, and then select here CS. We have an open wall opening here, so I'm gonna select that, click on that. We have wall opening here because we could have a kitchenette here, and then another wall opening, select here. This is just a wall, an open basically an open area, open office, and then here we could just select here and then just add a door for the washroom. So I'm just double checking what are we missing here, double checking everything. If we added enough, we will also have washroom for the lounge here, because we have a lounge area right about here. This is around 7,000. Let's put it all the way to 4L. So here from this side of the wall to 4L, and then here let's just add a wall again. This wall is up to 2243. Close it off like there, and then another one connecting that 155. Let's make it 1560, and then just an opening there. Select that, click on open wall, and we could just add an opening there, and around 3600 opening, and that's just for the individual washroom. So we're gonna add it there, and this one is around 4,800. So we're just gonna divide that. We're going to add walls right there and walls there. Select all of them. I just want it to be at least 23, 24, I believe. Yeah, around 24. So that's good enough. So those are the washroom for the lounge area, and then here we could just have an opening for the lounge, and then select that TR, and then we could just select it again to create an wall opening. Select here, wall opening again. So those are just some openings for the wall. It's not close, but there are walls there, and then we could add in some pillars later on. So later on as well, why not let's add the seating here. So go back to the main, go to furniture, seating, and let's add this kind of seating right here. CM, so add Gorbo seating, and then let's just add multiple of those. And then here as well, we could just add right here, and then here in front of it. And then we're going to add some end tables, and then here is where some seating as well, and then let's add seating here. There we go. And then we're going to add some doors, where we could add doors now. And then let's insert the garage door, since we're here already. Click on door, and then let's look for garage door. Let's see if we have it right here. I don't think we have it, only in residential, but we could just use that for now. If we find a better one, we will use it. So for now, let's open this DR for door, just it's a system, and then we're going to add it on the other side, going right there. So we're gonna space it out, and let's see how big this one is. I'm gonna make sure to change the width. Instead of 2400, let's make it 3000 for now on all of them, so that the spacing, there's enough spacing to go around. We can push this one right here, and then let's leave some space on the side here. And we could also have a door here, and then a door right here on this side. Let's add the overhead as well right here. I'm planning to add a car so that we could just see how it looks. There we go. So everything is aligned all together. Using your align AL, you can align them all together. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in interior walls, and then we added doors already and then some furniture. We also added the garage door and aligned them all together. Here, I'm just gonna select that again. And as I remember, we have a garage. We need to add a garage door right here for the equipment storage, and also we're gonna add in more later on. For now, I'm just going to add all of this. I want to make sure that this is all these walls right here from the interior should be up to level 2 only. I made a mistake on adding all of them up to level 3, so I'm just going to deselect all the doors for now, select all of them, all the ones that is in interior, because we need to set up the height properly. So there, we could filter this actually, so uncheck this furniture and then only the walls, so it's a lot easier than just adding that. So here I'm just going to undo this up to level 2, except actually this wall is for level 3, so that's the only problem. You can just do this, filter it, uncheck, click apply, and then you can uncheck this one as well, and then you could just change the base to and the top offset. So that's the only thing that you need to do. So right now, actually this we might change this one as well, but that's something that we're gonna do later on. So here, click on load again. We need to add in a car, so we could go to entourage. We have a Beetle car right here that is already available, so why not just add it? CM, we're just going to add cars right here at the moment so that we could see how things work. Copy that, then just add multiple cars onto this, and we could just actually move them all together like that, and then see how it looks. There we go. So at least space it out. We could just add this one right here to showcase all the things that we have. We have something like here, car there. We could showcase, we could use one of this, so the space bar, if you have an angled anything angled, you could use that actually. So click that, and then we could just drag it from here. We could showcase that, select CS, different angles again. We could have it right here, right there, so different car layouts. I'm just using the angle that they have here in the car and using that to play around, and using my space bar to just move it. So now here we could just select this wall again This is up to level 2, CS, and I'm just going to close this up. We could just move this one right about here and then put in a garage door as well. CS, there, a garage door there, and a garage door. So we could just have it like that. We need to add some doors right here. CS, add door for the washrooms. There we go. So those are for the washroom. And then we will have some open space right here as well. And then some ball pens right here. So we'll add some desks. Let's add in the plumbing. So go here to the main, go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet. Let's add in the toilet. Click open, CM, and then let's add the toilets all together. And then here as well, we have one right here and then one right here. And then in terms of the sink, let's add the sink. So go back here, sink, let's do a square, vanity, CM, let's add it right here. And then the sink right there and right here. So we have enough area right there. And then we're going to showcase the stairs and the offices by adding more information. I believe it's much easier to just add those offices so that we could show how it looks, how the layout feels, and those kind of stuff. Because by just adding this, it's not giving us the visual of what are we doing here. So might as well just add all the furnitures, and then it will help us visualize everything, and then it will prepare us for the rendering part. Okay, so we're just adding some, and then here we're going to add, this will be all glassed. Obviously this is the showroom, so we could add in, click on wall, curtain wall, and then we're going to add curtain wall all the way onto the corner right here. Make sure you're in the inside, so you need to click on spacebar, and then here on this side as well, we need to add all the way right here. And then now you just need to go to modify, cut geometry right here. You need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And then here in the corner we need to remove all these walls, so we just need to overlap them. And then what we need to do is just move this one all the way back. just a little bit. We don't want the wall to show up. And then here we just need to move this one, make sure that it's not over the wall. There we go. That will look nice, and everything is connected. This is just a wall. We could do a 3D to see how it looks. At least this is the look that I'm trying to visualize right here. And then here is the opening. Those are openings, and those are offices. So we need to add in, I believe we have the table right here now. So the desk, so let's use this one. I believe it's good enough size, I believe. For the, we could just change it to the student one. So right there, I'm gonna add one, and then copy paste it to add on all. So click here, load family, and then go back to furniture. So go to the main furniture again, and then here let's go to seating. Let's use this executive CM on that. Let's add it right about there, and then let's go back again to insert, load family, and add the other one, the desk. Or we could just add this one, CM, and then add something like that, and then copy this onto this corner, so that we could just keep on copying multiple of that to this area. And then here we could just add it and then rotate this 180, and then just add it right here. That's perfect. And then here we need to add in some coffee area. We could extend this one a bit. We could put this one at around 3500 instead. I want some spacing there. As you can see, we could clearly move this one. So more spacing to add in the countertop, fridge, and those kind of stuff. So just a simple kitchenette, 16 right there. For this, because this is a washroom for disabled with disability, we can add it there so that they have enough room for their wheelchair here. So I'm just designing it like that. You can add in annotate, detailed line, thin lines to represent the top right here, and then we need to do that on the rest. Just a simple line just to represent that. And then let's just align it there. And then at the same time right here as well, detailed line. And then for the kitchenette, let's add this one. And then I want to add a demolish line to indicate there's some shelvings at the top right here. And then also, let's go to insert, load family. We're gonna add in the fridge. So specialty equipment needs to be added. Domestic, high-end, fridge. Let's add 1 cm. Let's add the fridge right here. And then I don't want that label to show. Edit type, select that edit type, uncheck that. And then let's add another top right here for the countertop. And then right here as well to represent something at the top. So at least everything is looking good. We could just copy this again, CO to copy, and then add it right here and to this side. We can do it back to back. Or we could just space it out properly. It's an open concept anyway, so they have enough space to walk around. And then this one is in the middle. And then we will have some tables around. This will be for the bullpens, so they will be around the area right here. You could have them one right here, so CO, so RO actually, to rotate, so 90 degrees on that. We could add it right here in front, and then right here again, so spacing. And just space them around so that they don't look cramped in one area. Then we could just copy one of this again, so we have something like that, and it doesn't feel crowded as well right here. We're gonna put something here, CS table. I'm just going to add another table beside, just to represent this one is to represent the reception desk right here. And then we could add in one more right here, or around this area, and then rotate it, because the visual for some is much better to visualize all of this that they're trying to sell. CO right here in the middle. So that's looking good. Everything is looking proper. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in furniture as well. even cars. And now we're gonna continue working on this. We're just keep on adding all of this. We're gonna copy this as well, and we're going to add it onto this side. And then just move this one just a little bit on this side so that it doesn't feel like it's cramped. And then here we're going to add some stations. We're going to add it on this side as well, but we could just add, we're going to add a smaller like that, and then just copy this along. 4 of them. Want to make sure that it's not overlapping. Okay, and then now just copy this one over right here. So we have a station there, and also we're going to add in some table right here. I'm just going to use my detailed line in order to show, because we have a table right here that we could just add in. So we could just put in some lines to represent those. There we go. And then this is just a table for that, for the back. And then we could just copy this, CO, that's 1000 every space. And then let's just leave it like that for now, and at least you can see that we have something right there. So now let's go back, let's go on this side. We're going to add in an overhead right here as well, and then here on this side we're going to add an overhead door right here, and then right here. At the same time, we're going to add in an interior wall right here. This should be around 3700 from the wall right there. So that's perfect. And then we're going to add in another wall, 2000. And then here, this will be around, so I'm gonna add multiple. This should be around, yeah, 2800, and then this should be 2700. And then let's add a wall right here, 3400. So we have something that looks like this. Let's trim this out. and then we could just move this one right here all the way there. CS, this is around 3500 right here, and we could just push this one right about here. This one is right here, and then this one should be around in the midpoint, 3000 right here. Because this one, this area, we're gonna keep on open like that because we're going to add some kitchenette right here. So we have something that looks like here, and this will be an office. At the same time, we will have some space right here to move. Actually, what we can do here is we can extend this one. This will be around, we could put it here onto this number 6 grid line, and then just move this one 9000, and then have this one, we need at least 1500, and then this one should be 3200, this one 1500, and just a little bit right there, 8600, and then pull this one back so we have some space right here. Put this one right here to this wall. Let's move this one so that we have some space right here. Let's put 1400. And then 1300 right there, and then split this one SL, so we have space there, and we have some kitchenette right here, so we could just put in fridge. Let's align that EL. Right there, and then just use the same lines, detail line and then lines, to have something like that. And then add the doors. Like there, right there, and then right there. This should be right here. And then we need a toilet right here, and then a sink right here, and then the line as well. And then because this is an office, we need some desk, so we could just copy this one, copy that, there's one there, copy it, onto that corner, and then this one should be facing the other way, 90 degrees, and then move it onto the wall. And we could have a car there, and then another, we could flip this one, but it needs to be like that so that we can push cars out from here as well. And then we need to add cars, so we need to add cars like here. And then we need to sort this one right there, and then like that, and then like this. And then in terms of door, we need to add a door right here, and then a door outside here as well. And then let's pull this one back. We need to align this wall right here, CS right there. This is around 4800, and then 6800, and then here let's just space this out. So I'm just eyeballing this one, enough space to move around here. And this will be all similar to this curtain wall. So let's add a curtain wall right now, adding it there, and then also right here. You want to make sure that you're from the inside and leave some gap from these corners. And then here we will just connect them all together, similar to what we did. So select, once you select cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. So wall first and then curtain wall. And then here is the task that we need to do. We need to delete all the walls, so only the curtain wall will show. To do that, we need to right there, and then we need to move it. There we go. We need to push this one on the side, so that's perfect enough. We want to make sure that we still have enough space there. And then here we need to push this one now, going down. I think that's good enough. And then we're gonna add mullions on all of the sides as well. This will be another storage area, so we could just add a door right here or an overhead door. So that's another storage for that area. And then we need to add the stairs in order for us to show. This is supposed to be open, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this thin wall, and then this will show like that, and then we need to add chairs for this one, this area. So those are the advisors. They will need to advise and then we could have storages as well here if we can. Actually, there's another thing that we could add here is an elevator. So another elevator, we need to add around 2700, and then here we need to add, for the size here, we need to add 2700 as well. And then let's see if we could add a door here, just a door for the elevator, or we need to add, because I remember I have some doors as well. So I will provide this link. This will be in the second this will be second link from part 1 description. So just download elevator door, and once you download it, you just need to drag and drop. Once you drag and drop, you can just add the elevator door, something like that. And then here, this one is a bigger door. So here we could just edit type, duplicate, opening, and then here we could just change the width. We could put it as 2000. And then as you can see, we have an elevator door there. The only thing you need to do is just add detailed line, thin line again, and just add X so that it will refer to a shaft, an opening there. So that's how you put an elevator information on those. And then here, let's just add stairs. So click on stairs. I want it from level 1 to level 2, and then add it just an L shape. Before we add that, let's close that again, click on stairs. I want it to be equal, so maybe 18 is good enough. Press OK, and then we're gonna add, so we have 18, so 9 each. So 9 created, and then 9 remaining. And then here we could just click finish, and then let's add our stairs right there, and then let's add another stairs right here. So same thing, 18, click apply, press OK. It will create 9. You can see it right there. It's a little bit grayed out, but as you can see, we created 11, 10, and then 9 riser created and 9 remaining. So that's how easy it is to add or to create stairs. And then here we just need to do some spacing. So let's space it a little bit there, and then click finish. And then here we could just move this one right about there. In terms of spacing, it's not good enough, so why not just add a little bit more, 2500 right here. And then we could just move this one right there, just to have a little bit more spacing from our stairs right there. And if you want to align it, you can align it to make it easier for you guys. And also right here, what I'm planning to do is, in some car dealership, they have multiple peoples right here. So So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. They also have advisors right here. Select this one, edit. Let's duplicate this and then just make it the depth width to be around 1000. So small enough to have some computer. So small enough desk, and most of the time they have it on either side. And then we could just have it right there. So that's good enough. We have some space. They could review. They could ask the customer what they need to do on their car, check their schedule, and so on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start this part. Now, the only thing that we need to do is we need to add a vestibule. So I'm gonna use wall. So that will be interior wall, and then we're just going to add a vestibule right here. So we're gonna box this in. So even though this is glass, it will be connected there. So let's connect it right about here. Not too much, but we're still gonna connect that. I'm just using my arrow key as it's not working with me for now. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then here as well, interior wall, we're going to add a vestibule right about here. So this is around 3600, and then we could put it at 1800. It's because we're going to add in double doors right here as well, and here. So for now, let's just add that. This is around the L grid line, and then this is L and the 6 grid line. So L and 6. So just do it like that, and you'll be able to just add those. We could select those and then make it as a curtain wall. And then let's add in curtain doors there once we add the grid lines. So here we're going to able to just add it later on, and then we need to fix all of this so that it's not showing too much. Select this one and then push this one a bit. Select this grid. So that's good enough. So we're gonna add a vestibule there, and then 2 doors, so double doors. We're going to add a door right here to access there, and then also what we're gonna do is we're going to add some tables around here. So even though it's used car, they still need some salespeople. So we're going to just put it around here. We could rotate it if we want to. Just rotate this one 90 degrees like that. And then here as well. Rotate this one 90 degrees. And then just move it on the side here. And then same here, we're going to have some reception area right here. And then here, let's rotate this one on this side. And then just add it on this area. Then here, delete this, and then just add this one right about there. So I'm happy with what we've done here. The next thing that we're going to focus is the service department, which is this side, where some of the maintenance service will be added. One thing is we're going to add a bigger garage door. So here I'm going to select that, edit. This will be duplicated, and instead of the width 3000, we're going to make this one 6500. So a little bit bigger. So there we could have it. We could use this space and then add this one on this side as well. So right there we have where the service department, the cars will enter and go, and then here is where the cars will be parked, will be lifted. And then so now what we're gonna do is create like a car. So we're gonna add a car, and then we're going to add the lift. So in order to add the lift, what I'm gonna do is we're just going to use detailed line. So go to annotate, detailed line, and then this will be 10 lines. And we're just going to easily add some lines right here. And don't worry, we're going to mirror this, so we will have the same look as the other. Like that. We're just basically adding some details. And then here as well, we're going to add details right here. And then we're going to have something like that. Then we could just delete this and just connect this one right there. So something like this can be added, and of course we're going to add, what we're gonna do is we're going to create a group for this. Because I just don't want it to be just simple. I want also this one to be repetitive, so we could add it on all of them, on all sides. And then here I'm just gonna copy that, mirror, and then add it like that. This will be on the middle right here. Delete, just gonna delete this, and then add another line right about here in the middle. So So something like that, and I want it to be in line here just to give it some depth. And then pull it right there, or we could just trim this one. Something like that. We can pull this one. And move this one right there. And then now we just need to mirror this. So just use this mirror draw axis. Let's add it there, and then copy all of them except for the car. And then after that, go to annotate, and then here we have a detail group. Click on drop down, create group, and then this will be lift, car lift. So that's the drawing of the car lift. And then as you can see, this is something that we could just copy paste. Here is the car lift detail that we created. Obviously we're just gonna copy this. We're gonna rotate this. The car needs to be facing front like this, and then here we could just copy all of them like that. We need to put some space, so around 4800. So let's put this one on this side, 4800. There we go. So we have a good spacing right here. And then obviously we're going to add some cabinets right here in front of them. Those are the toolboxes. And then here we could just copy it from the middle right here. So it will be added on the other side as well. So those are the lift, car lift. And then let's create the detail for the storages in front. Very simple, just rectangle for now. I should have just created one generic as well, and then just copy paste that, but let's just create this one like so. And then just quickly add those. Then we have another detailed, and then we could just have a door right here. CS on that, and then door, something like that. Obviously we could just mirror this, and then let's just select that, CS, there we go. That's good enough just to go in the front. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to select all of this and do the detail as well. So annotate, create group, toolbox, and then just copy that in front of each one of them, and then maybe I could just mirror this again just to make it fast. And then copy all of them, and then mirror again from the base here. And there you go. We have a lot of information added, and that's very nice because at least we know that we have incorporated a lift here to represent the lift car for the car. I'm also going to create the access right here, so I'm just gonna flip it on this side, so at least we have space for this one to enter, and luckily we have enough. And then here some chairs right there. We could and then we could just have something to represent something here, like a table. Or we could just have a door right here as well, so that we could access this space as well. We don't need to go around. So that's good. Then I'm just double checking everything that we have done to see if we miss anything on this side. And then we need to have access here, so a door on this side, and then a door on this side. So we have some exit doors. And the next thing we do is we need to add some garage door right here. So these are the wash bay, so we need to flip this on the other side, so we have something to enter right here. So there's 3 bay for the wash bay, and then we have those ones, and then this is service bay as well. So we have a wash bay and a service bay, and then here what we have is we have some space. We need to add the storage right here, wash bay storage. So select an interior door or interior wall, CS, and it's around this lane right here. It's around 4,000 and then 5,000 right here. This line is at number 4 grid line, so it needs to be at the center right there. So remove this, CS, and then right here, and then trim this out, and then let's add in a door. Same door, you can have something that looks like that, and then in terms of the detailed, we could just put in some drums right here, so some circles that will represent the drum, the chemicals that they're gonna use, the soap right there, and then some of this CO, grab it from the corner right here. There we go. And then we could just put some information there, and then they will all go out from here, so we need to have access, as there will be some offices here, and then some lifts as well. Here I'm just going to move this one a little bit, space it out properly, because we still need some space right here. And then we're going to add some cars right here to represent those. I'm just gonna double or copy this, and then why not add some details right here. So I'm gonna use spline and then thin line. Those are annotation lines. We're going to just simply add something like this to represent the cleaning. So I'm just doing this one, extending this. And then we're gonna add in some detailed lines again. We could just do demolish again, and that will represent some cars being cleaned by a machine. Copy that, add it right here in the middle. So I'm happy with what we have here. As you can see, we are showing some sign of progress, and we did the service department, service bay, and then the wash bay as well. And then everything is looking good. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the service bay, and then the wash bay, and then the wash bay storage. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Specifically on this area, we're gonna create a lift, and then some parts room, and then sprinkle room, electrical room, and so forth. So now I'm gonna select the interior wall, CS, and then here we're just going to close this off. We can add in the tool room right here, and then we're going to extend this one. We're going to have around 1500 from here, so that we could have some exit. And then for the sprinkle room, we're going to have it as around 2200, but the height will be changed, so this will be around 5000. And then we're going to extend this one again, and we will have around 3300 for the electrical room. And then we're going to have some space here for parts, and then for advisor as well. So here we're going to have this one extend around 3500, and then close it off right here. We'll have parts there, and then we could close this off. So this one we could trim and extend, and then we could have some areas here for washroom. So CS on that. We're gonna have close right here, and then we could have this one open like that, and then we could give this one around 1500, and then pull this one back, and then we're going to have this one trim off, and then this one trim off. So SL, so split and then trim on those. And then with this, we could just maybe extend this. We could just add a door right here. So let's just add this one. We have some part storage here, a door right here. We have an office here, washroom, and then electrical rooms and sprinkler room will be located right here. We could have this one facing this from the outside, and then we also have an exit door right here, and then we'll have an area for right here. We could also have this one to have a curtain wall. So on this spot, on this area, so click on wall and then curtain wall, CS. So just click it right here, curtain wall right here, and then pull it back right there. Just go to click modify and then cut geometry. And then here we're going to add in the garage door again right about here, so that it could exit the cars right here. So we could basically just copy this so that we know that this is an exit for those. So we're just giving out some of that there. I know we have some walls here, but we're probably gonna knock that off because this is another area, service area, and then repair area as well. And then we're going to add some areas here for customer lounge, and then here, like I said, we have some parts, and then tool room, we're gonna add those. I think the best way is just to add the door right here. We could also have a garage door for the tool room, so that it's convenient enough to have it spaced out. So we have a door and then a garage door, in order for them to just take those out right here. And then maybe it's a good idea to put some room tags in order for us to determine each and every one of them. For this, we could have the cars right here. So let's delete this walls now, and then we could just add more of this, and then we're going to delete the area, or have those boundaries for for those. So I'm just gonna copy so that we know that this is the one that the cars enter to. And then we have some stations right here that will repair. So it's like an assembly line of cars. And then at the same time, we're going to add doors right here. AL. We're going to align them. And then here, we're going to close this off. So CS on this, we're going to add a wall here and also another wall right here. We're just basically creating a garbage room right here in the middle. So CS, this will be around 6,000. I know this is too much, but we have this space SL, and then we're going to trim this out. And then here we have our car wash right here. And then we're gonna have the same garage door. And then I'm probably going to add some detailed lines right here. So thin line. So this one is just to represent the car wash. And then here we have the car wash path right here. And then we could add in something like that, and then the rollers on the side. So just as a big circle to create those rollers. I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to add it on that. And then CS on this, we're gonna connect them all together. And I think that's good enough. Simple lines, simple squares and circle, and then it will just give it some detail there. If we want to add in more, we could put in filled region. So this filled region will give some hatching, and then I think this is good enough if we could just add this one right about here. So just a little bit more information, a little bit more hatching, and then here garage. So garbage, and then we're gonna put in some right here so that they could access the garbage onto this side. We're going to align them, and then we could have in a door as well. We're gonna add a door right here on the side, space bar, and then we could have a door right here as well, and then a door here in the middle. So we have those opening, and then let's have an opening right here, and then we could have another detail line to represent the big those big garage containers or garbage containers. So I'm happy with that. Then car wash bay, and then some service and repair examination, car examination or whatever. And then we will have the sprinkler room and some service area here. We could put in some lounge, so we're gonna add some chairs right here, and push it right there. And then we could have this one as well, copy, and we could just add it right here. We could have the office, small office, but it's good enough. And then we could have a washroom here. So I'm using CS, and I'm just adding those right there. Selecting those, CS again, and then some lines. We're going to use some lines. And then we could have some of this right here. And then let's go to our 3D, and I want to double check all the walls right here. I just want to select each and every one of them by holding on Shift or Control, and then selecting each and every one of them. I want them to be set up at top constraint level 2, and then we're going to add basically a wall there, or sorry, a roof there. And then this one should be at the same thing as well, just level 2. And then we're going to just make it smaller on this part, or we're just going to have that one added on here at the same thing, level 2. This one you can leave it like that, but the garbage level 2 is fine. So that's done, and then we're gonna leave some of this will be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to select all of this. This will be level 2 as well. And then we're just going to leave it like that. And then here we're going to have a second floor. So before we do that, we need to add in floors around here. So let's go to architecture, click on floor, edit type, duplicate. Let's put in floor number 1. Press OK, edit, change it to 200, and then the material. And then here we could just go and add in some of the flooring right here, or we could add in stone. So either way, I'm gonna put stone, and then most of the time this are concrete. I'm going to just put it from the inside like that. And as you can see, I'm just adding it area by area for now, because it's easy to change that one later on. And then let's trim and extend here. And then trim and extend right here. And then let's add this one as well onto this side. So just one big floor, and then we can always change this later on. So that's how I usually add floors on this kind of big project. Everybody is squared anyway, so might as well just add those and then trim it out later on. I'm going to delete this part, align this one and from the inside, and then trim this one right here. And then trim this one right here. And then if we miss anything, Revit will let us know. Here we could just delete this one, and so that we could just expand this, and then we could just trim this and trim that, then align this one right here, AL, align it from the inside. So once you're done, click on finish, and we have our floor added. And then we could just change up all of this later on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floors and we added all these areas right here. And then now what I'm planning to do is add in or tag in all the rooms in order for us to see all the rooms that we created, and then at least we could assess what we've done. So now I'm gonna start at the top here. So I'm gonna click on room, and then it's under architecture. So I'm gonna tag this one and also this garage. We're going to divide this area and also this area as well. So in order for us to divide this big area right here, we're gonna click on room separator, and then we're gonna separate it from this area right here. So there's gonna be 3 of this, and then we separate everything. So from this above right here, and then we're gonna separate again on here. So the middle right here, we're going to separate it, and then now click on room again to tag this area, and then here let's tag here, and then here as well. And then once I tag here, let's add in the names. So start off right here. This will be car wash. Make sure it's capital. This will be garbage. So in Canada, all the garbage should be located in the garbage room. So we insist of having rooms for all the garbage. That's one of the reason for that is for all the insect animals like raccoons, so they don't they just don't do messed up all the garbage around. So here in Canada, our country is very environmental friendly. And then here we're going to put repair planning department. We have a service area here, service 1, as we have a lot of service area right here. And then we have a wash bay right here. We have tool room, wash bay area or storage. We have the sprinkler, sprinkler room, and then we have electrical room right here, and then we have office, we have washroom 1, and then we have lounge slash advisor. So that's basically this area. Let's add in more information right here onto this area. So we need to go back to architecture, click on room, and select this room right here, and that will be service department. And then let's tag this one. We have a lift here, and then another lift, and then we have storages right here, and then we could have click here, and we need to room separate those, and then some office. Stairs number 1 and 2 right here, and then another office. We need to separate this one and then this. And of course this area needs to be separated as well. And then we have this area as well. So as much as possible, I'm just adding all of this right now, and then eventually we're going to add and separate them. So for example here, I'm gonna select room separator. We can separate it from here to here, and then right here to this area, and then we could just separate this one right here. Okay, so let's check if this has been separated, which is separated. This is washroom, this is our lounge, and then now let's put this one right here, service department, and then after that we have equipment room right here, lift number 1, and then we have lift number 2 right here. We have stairs number 1 as well here, and then another stairs right here. So that's stairs number 2, and then washroom number 2. We need to separate here, so room separator, and let's separate it right there so that we can tag this room. And then this one is corridor, and then this one is storage, we have janitor right here, washroom number 3, and then we could separate this again, so room separator, and then I want to separate this one as well because we have enough room, and then this one as well we can separate this. This is the kitchenette, and then here's the showroom right here plus the bullpen. Showroom / bullpen. and then we could have vestibule here and washroom right here. So here we have a washroom showroom presenter. Most of the time you could use this for when a client is receiving their car, and then they could provide them a private room so that they could take a picture, put in some of the ribbons and those kind of stuff. So that's the one that I wanted to add there. This is office, and then another open office right here. You can put kitchen, and then here office, we could put office 1, and then we could just copy and paste. And then we have manager right here, and then we also have we can also have service manager right here. We have the sales manager here. Service manager, and then advisors for the service. We have washroom there, and then we have lounge, and then we have lounge, or we have open office as well here. This one, assessment, so they could assess their car. This is the used car showroom / bullpen. Storage, and then we also have offices right here. Office 1, washroom number 3, office 2, and then sales manager right here. Used, and then car entrance. And this one is client washroom. So we could just add those information. Then here we could just delete this one. We don't need that. So we could just delete this line. It could be just a lounge area as well. So we don't need to tag that. We could put service. And then here we have lounge and advisor as well. We're just cleaning it up so you can grab it there. Then office, repair, car wash, garbage room. I think we have all of them for the first floor. And then now let's click on level 2. We're gonna try and add some. So let's click on right here. If your underlay is not turned on, what you can do is go to your properties and then just put your base to level 1 so that you can see the layout for level 1. That's very important because we're trying to add rooms at the top right here. So now I'm gonna select this interior wall, CS on that, and then we're going to add, because we have stairs here, obviously we need to go from that stairs. So we're going to mimic the lift as well. And then here, what's the difference is we will have a bigger room. So basically the one at the top will be open right here. So we're going to put this one all the way right there, and then here we're going to have, we're gonna need to close this off, and then we need to align the one at below. So AL, align it right here. So for this one, I want it to be at least 2000. So 2000 is the gap. So that's perfect. I'm just gonna extend this one all the way right here, and then we're gonna keep this one until here, because we're going to extend this one. We basically want a bigger room for here, so we're gonna close this off like that. This will be looking like this, and then we also need this area right here, because this is the second floor and we need to close this off. So I'm just using this area to have, so as you can see, I'm just redoing what we did below, and you want to make sure that you're aligned perfectly. And as you can see, this one is perfect enough, and we just want to align everything and then join them all together. And the only reason we have here is we need to close this off, because we need the lift again right here, and of course we're gonna have the door again, and then this one we need to align as well. So you want to make sure to use align before you're connecting it, so everything is aligned from below to above. And then here we could have our training, our meeting rooms, and our boardrooms. So those are, so we're gonna maintain the 2000 from this, Okay, and then CS, and then add that one, 2000 as well. So 2000 for all the corridors, and then we're going to close it off right here. So our meeting and training will be here as well. So maybe we could use this as training, and then we have this one for meeting. So this is the third. So the third wall from the left side. And then we're going to add in CS, and we could just copy this one. This room will be an office again, and then we're going to have a washroom right here, like that. So obviously we're going to open this one up, and then some offices. So we're going to extend this. We're going to have meeting, and then another meeting room right here. And I'm just making it easy for us because the rooms are very much straightforward. So here, SL, we're going to just trim and extend, and trim and extend right here. And then this spacing is more than enough. 1300 is more than enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the room tags, and then we started adding the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm planning to do is to add doors so that we know where to go and we can visualize. So here I'm just gonna add it right there. So underlay is still turned on. If you go to your properties, you can turn it on by putting in the range base level to level 1, and then as you can see, you can still select, for example, the door, and then you can click on or type in CS, and it will basically add, you'll be able to add it instantly, and because of that, it will make your life easy. So for example, here I could add the door for the elevator, and then I just need to go to annotate again, and then click on detailed line. And then here we could just add in a big X right about here, indicating that this is open below. And then you can even add a text. So we could add a text right now. So here I'm gonna select this, and then we can put open below, and then it should be all caps. So I'm gonna highlight everything and then select here. We can make this one bigger. If we go to drop in, we have 7 millimeters right here, so we could just add that. If you don't have, you can select that, edit type, duplicate, and then you could just change it from here. So whatever you change here, that's your name. So for example, you want 8 millimeters, duplicate, put the name 8 millimeters, Arial, which is the font and then here you could just change it. So that's how you create text, and then you could change it as well. So here I could just add this text right here, because once we turn off the underlay, it won't be able to see this. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it there, and then let's again add all the doors. So here I'm gonna add a door right here. We will have the meeting room, or we could have the boardroom right here. We have an office right here, and then we have a washroom right here, and then another rooms that we could add. And then here we could just add the door right about here, and we could add one door as well right here, so that they could instantly exit in case there's a fire. So they could exit the door right here. And then what we could do here is we don't need this one, but this one is from the up, so let's just leave it like that for now. And then things that I'm gonna add is this one for the washroom, so I'm gonna add, and then the toilet as well, CS on that, and then add it right here. And then we just need to add some details right here so that we have everything added properly. So we could just add it right there, push it right here, and then there we go. And then what we could do is we could add the same row right here. So we could just CS on that, and then keep on adding right here. I just want to add all of this right here, and then we could just add the chairs. We could just add it right here. And then now we could just copy those. So I'm just gonna keep on copying. So make sure to click on multiply. And then we have blackboard right here, and then here let's add the same thing. So I'm gonna add, this is the general managers, so I'm gonna add something like that to indicate there's an L shape. So here I'm just going to align this one so that we have an L shape, and then we could just edit this one. Let's duplicate this and then change this width to probably 2500. So let's just double that, and then align it on the wall. And then here we could grab this one and then add it right here. So the reason that we're adding this one, because this is the general manager's office, and obviously it's bigger than the regular. And then here we could just keep on adding. So as you can see, we're adding it really fast because we're using CS, and then we're just highlighting the positions, and then putting it in the same spot. And then in order for us to view it much better, I think it's better if we turn off the underlay. So I'm gonna turn off the underlay and see how it looks. I know you guys are getting confused because of that, but as you can see now, everything looks much better. And then let's not forget that we have more space right here. So I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and then we have more furniture right here, and then we can put tables, and then let's add in a circular. So here we could add this, override CM, and then we can add it right there. And then here we could add back and forth. So we have a training, and then we have something that looks like this. This is for the boardroom. And then we just need to add somewhere right here, and then people right here. And then select this one, move it a little bit, and then mirror draw axis. We could use that so that we don't need to keep on adding. We can also add some TV right here. So let's load those. Go back here under furniture. We have flat screen. Click on open, CM, and then let's just add it right here. And then select that. We could change it to the biggest size that we have right here. So at least it will just show that there's a TV right there, and it will look nicer if we add that. And then I believe we have a space right here as well, because we need to add somewhere right here, because we have a lift. So let's go to level 2 again, and then let's turn on the underlay again, so that to see where we're missing. And I believe we just need to add that space there, add this one as well, this door, so that we could access this spot. And then here we could just need to add the same layout. And then we want to make sure that nothing is. And then here just CS and add it there. And then select this one. We could put a cross right there. And then we need some space right here. We need a door as well. The door needs to face like here, so that once they rush, they could just push this one right there. And then here we could just add in some storage. This one could be storage area. It could also be the compressor area. So anything that's mechanical as well, it could be placed right here. So this one, we could just leave it like that. So now let's turn off the underlay again by putting this to none, and then let's basically add the room tag as well, and then add the lifts, stair, this could be corridor, so that make it, this will be training, boardroom, and here actually I think it's better to have this one as a meeting area. So I'm just adding the same thing but changing the things that are added there. And then select all of this again and then mirror this and then add the room tag. We could just put second floor storage. This one I forgot if this is the lift 1, lift 2, and then stairs. So this will be lift 1, lift 2, and then this will be stairs 1, control C, and then control V, so that we could just change it to the number. And then here, corridor, and then here training room, and then here we could put the general manager, meeting room, and then we have boardroom right here. And then we could have our accounting here, or fleet manager, and then we also have washroom right here. Probably 5 or something. And then here we could change this to accounting, so that there's more people there, and office people can just ask instantly if they are able to buy the car, check their credits, and those kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna review what we have right now. I'm going to add in a floor, so let's go to level 2 and then click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. Let's put this one at, so we could change the material for now. We could put a wood material, and then just pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK, and then select this rectangle, and then let's just add rectangle right here, and then we're just going to extend this or go around here. Trim and extend, type in TR for that, and then we're just trimming around here, and then also right here. Select finish, and then here what we can do is this should be up to level 2 only, but this one, this is up to level 3. It needs to be up to level 2, but right here we need to add, so that's the only problem, is that I added this as level 3. Should be up to level 2 for now. Delete rooms, and then we could just add it later on. So 2 to 3 now, CS, and then just add it all the way there. So that's how it should be. So level 2 to level 3, interior wall. I want to double check how it looks. So now it's divided right like that, and then now this one is connected, should be connected. 2 to 3, and then let's see if we could just add the room again, and then here corridor, and then training room. And then we added the floor, so the floor is good. We have the floor there showing. We need to add the glass here, because that's the reason that we have it right there. And then we set up this one is because of the, so click on wall and then drop down curtain wall. We're gonna add a wall right here, a curtain wall right there, and then right here, and then we could add a curtain wall right here as well. Even though this is a training room, at least they could visualize what they're showing there. And then go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And then if we double check, it will look like that. We just need to drop it down a little bit because we don't want it to be going all the way up there. AL, so that everything is similar height, and right there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish off the level 2, and as you can see, we added everything, even the room tags and the floor. And if we check our 3D, we already have this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add in the roof, and then here I want to change this, so I'm gonna cut this one down. So here I just want it to be up to level 2, so we're going to have this one shorten. We're going to delete this. Let's cut this off. So let's go to level 1 again, and then here we need to split element, and then right here and then we need to select this wall again and then change it to top constraint level 2. And then if we check our 3D, it will look like that. So we will have different elevation right here, and then also on the others. So now what I'm planning to do is we should go back to level 2, and then from here we're going to add our roof, and all of it will be flat roof. So let's go to architecture, click on roof, make sure define slope is unchecked, and then here edit type, duplicate, and then roof number 1. Press OK, edit, change the thickness to 200, and then here we're just going to put asphalt, shingles, press OK, and then OK again. Now let's add in our roof. So all of this will be on the same roof. So we're gonna put it from the inside of the wall, and then here as well will be same, and then also right here will be all the same. And then we could just select this one and then trim and extend. And then trim and extend as well on this area. And then let's click on finish. Here it needs to be just one, so we could just continue and then delete this part, and then we could just add it again right here. But after that, before we click finish, we need to change it to level 3. So click on that, it will be added there. Again, click on roof, same roof, we're going to add it right here. But before you finish, change the base level to level 3, and then click on finish, and then let's look at it. So that's look good. And then here, go back to level 1, and then let's add this one. So let's go and add roof again, and then here it's saying that it's the lowest part, so it needs to be level 2. That's fine, but here I just want to have the level 1 view, but base level is level 2. I just need to have this one so that we could add the inside of this, and then click on finish, and if we check 3D, it will look like that. So what we could do is we could just extend both of this. So we need to top offset 600, and then here we need to select, so highlight everything. This will be just clicking on tab, and it will highlight every exterior wall that we have. And then let's just unhighlight this part. So hold on shift, so do it again, and then just select this one so that it's not included, and then the top offset is 600 again. We need to change this wall, so I'm gonna trim this wall out. So let's go to level 1, what I'm gonna do is we need to trim this out and just add it again. And then let's just add this one, delete instance, and then CS again, and then just add this one right there. We just need to select the wall, CS, and then just add this wall right here. And then we want to make sure that just to connect them like that. And then this one, make sure before you connect it, change this one to have a top offset of 600, and then just connect this one right there, and then change this to interior wall. And then this one should be exterior. And then let's see if everything went up. So that's fine. This one shouldn't have, so 0 on that. And then we need to close this off. And then this one needs to be top offset as well, 600. So everything is connected properly, and I'm just double checking. This one should be 600 to have a parapet. And then let's go back here to the garbage area, and then let's add a roof right here. It will let us know that it needs to be on level 2, which is fine. And then just add it from the inside like that, and then select all of this by using tab, and then top offset is 600 already, so that's fine. And then let's not forget to add the door right here. We added a door for us to have an access here. So that's fine. We can delete this car right now. We don't need it outside. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to pull it up a little bit, because this is too much on the top. It needs a floor. And then here we could just add it at the top as well. So I'm going to use this to align everything up, so it's not on the floor. So I want to make sure that everything is aligned properly, and there we go. Just subtle enough to have it right there, so that's good. Double checking everything. What I need to do is we need to add something right here, so I'm gonna hide this for now. So select that roof, hide element, hide in view, and then choose element, and we're just simply going to add curtain grid right here. So what I am gonna do is just add it in the midpoint, and then midpoint all the way. So I'm gonna divide it properly like that. And it will be easy as well, because Revit knows what you're trying to do, and it will let you find the midpoint, like what I'm doing right now. Then just adding all of those right there. And let's not forget to add a roof as well onto this top, because this is open at the moment. We could just leave it open like this, but at the same time what we need to do is close this part. So close this area right here. So I'm gonna go to level 1 and let's just close right here only. So add in another roof. Yes, this will be for roof. Edit, duplicate, and I just want it to be the same one but a different material. So something white, laminate. So I'm gonna choose this one, and then let's just add it right here from the inside, and then also right here. And then let's trim and extend. And then TR again, trim and extend right here. And then click finish. And then once we check it, it will look like that. We could just pull this one down. So top offset, if we check the roof, we should put this one base -200. So it will just make it like a box. And if you don't want all of this right here, we could just pull this one down by using top base, but I'll let you guys do that for now. And then once you have all of this right here, I believe I need to close this one as well. So we will do that right here. All of this will have its own, and then I believe this area needs to be closed as well. So the janitor and then the universal washroom right here needs to be closed. And then let's just add mullion. So go to architecture and then mullion, all grid, change this one to 50 by 65, and make sure all grid lines is selected. And then we just need to add all of those, and as you can see, it looks really nice. So you have this overhang right there. And then now we need to add here, go to level 1, and then let's just add the roof again, which is roof number 2. That's for the inside. And then here we could just add this one right there, make sure it's this one, and then base offset -200. Click apply and then click finish, and then check it out. It will be looking like that. So that's fine. And then once you're done, what you need to do is select here, reveal hidden element. We hid this one, this roof. Now we want to show this, so select that again and hide element, and then close this off. So that's how easy it is to hide something, so that you'll be able to access it easily. And then here we're gonna do it again, select, and then right click, and then just this element. If you select category, so all of this, all the roof will be hidden if you select category. But if you want the element only, so basically that's the only thing that you will hide. So now here, go back to level 1 and go on here on the right side. We will create maybe 2 of them. So select roof again. This will be for roof for level 2. but we need level 1 view, and then here we're going to add this first and then click finish. Again, let's add a roof right here, roof number 2, and then make it rectangle, and then just add it right here, and then click finish, and then check your 3D to double check everything, and make sure that this is -200. And if you don't want this to be shown, what you need to do is select that and click attach to base, and then select the roof. It will disappear. It will basically move to the base of this. It won't delete it, but it will just adjust to the base of the roof. The problem with this is sometimes you need to clean out some of the corners where the junction is, or where it's connected, because right here you still want this one, but you want this one to be disappeared. So now what will happen is it will create this corner right there, which is good, but other problems right here, and then if we do it on the other situation, so let's just hide this for now, sorry, unhide this element, and then let's check this one out. Right click, element, and then here what we could have is, if we do this, it will affect this part. So let's try this one right here. So luckily this one didn't get affected, but sometimes the adjustment won't do good, so you will need to keep on trying. You have to keep on trying. If it's not working out, you need to change the connection of each wall. So I was expecting this one to be will disappear because of that, but I guess sometimes it just works. So right here we can see some of this in the floor, because we have this second floor right here, and then you could use this again. So that's how you clean this and adjust all the walls into the floor. So I'm gonna unhide this again and see where we are. What we could do is we could add our curtain grids right here, because we need to add a door. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna divide this one properly again. So that one is looking good right there, and then we have this one massive, and then I don't like that it's right here. I would like to change that one, so maybe let's do that later on. What we could do is we could go to our south elevation, but unfortunately it's not showing the background. So we're just gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in today's video, we're gonna continue working on this, especially in the site. So we're going to do the site plan by going to level 1 and adding all the sidewalks, roads, and those kind of stuff. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in another floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and let's create another floor. We're gonna duplicate this, floor number 3 now, and we're just going to change this. So here we're going to change to concrete. So one of the concrete, just choose one of the concrete right here, pull it up, and then click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. And then after that, I'm going to make this one as the side street or sidewalk. I'm going to put this one right here because we're going to divide this one as a parking spot from outside, and then we're just capitalizing on the space right here, and then here also a sidewalk, and don't worry about the noise, it's just Revit saying it's overlapping, but obviously we're going to fix that. So I'm just estimating it at the moment, and then here we're going to add, so it's around 5,900. So more than enough. And then we're going to add the others as well in front of here, but we're going to trim and extend first. So we're going to delete the ones that are overlapping, and then here we're going to cut this off so that we can trim and extend, and this will be one whole area right here. I want to make sure to pull this one a little bit. I don't want it to be too close for the garage door. And then here we're going to just use fillet arc so that we could just fillet arc some of the areas right here. And then as you can see, we have an extra one right there, and then we're going to fillet arc this one. I'm going to extend this one a little bit so that we could fillet arc this one properly, and obviously we're going to just leave it like that. So I want this first, so let's do click finish, and then here it's saying that we have something right here that is probably overlapping, something right here. So I'm gonna click finish again and then show what's the issue with this. Cannot have overlapping lines, so we need to investigate which is the one that's overlapping. So we need to trim and extend this one, this part. There we go. Let's try it again, and that cleans that up. I just want to double check my 3D, and then here it's just loading. So I was actually noticing that it wasn't recording, so after I finish here I was able to add this one right here. So I'm just going to click on edit and then show you guys what I did. So I added this one. This is around 5700, or yeah, 5720, and then I just round it off right here and then connect it right here. This is actually again 5900 from the size, and then I attach it from here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention and I maybe mistakenly press the pause button. So here I just doing that cornered here, same thing that goes right here as well, and then the size of this, and then the size of this is around, I'm thinking I did this one around 1300, but it should be actually around 1500, but that's good enough. And then for this one I just extended the same thing as right here, but give it some gap before the overhead door. But this one is around 2000, and then this one is around 1500. So, and then I make this one round. I curve the corners so that it's nicer, and then click finish on that. So we have basically 3 spots to have, and then now we're going to create the overall site or road. And for that one, maybe we could just add some parking around the building and in front of the building as well. So that's good enough, but we're going to just add a big road. So the way that I'm gonna do this is click on road again. We're going to do edit, duplicate this one. This will be floor number 4, edit, and then we're just going to set another concrete material. So I'm just gonna use one of this. I'm gonna pull it up and then click apply and then OK. And then I'm gonna use my rectangle, but we're going to offset this to 200, so -200, because we just want it to be below all of this in level 1, so it's not overlapping. -200 because the thickness of our floors right here are 200, and then here we could just extend this one beyond here, and then we could probably put in some grass as well on the side. So here I just want to double check what we're doing. So now every floor, so we could put grass around as well, maybe more of this floor right here in front and on the side, so that we have sidewalks, so that we could showcase all of this. And then some grass part as well. So what I'm gonna do again is go to level 1. So basically this is the whole site for us. Let's add in the same floor. This was level 3 or floor 3, and then we're going to add some sidewalk probably in front. I think that's a good way of putting this, and then extending it right here as well. So don't worry about that. And then we're going to have somewhere right here as well. I'm going to align it, AL, align it right there, and then we could just have one entrance right here, and then what I could do is connect them all together so that it's just a single one right there, and then we could just trim off excess. So we're gonna delete that, delete this, and then it will let us know if we're missing something or we need to delete something. And then I'm actually going to put a hole on those so that we could add in a grass part on this, but I'm still going to curve them off right there. And then right here. And then don't worry about this one, we could just delete that and then trim this off. And then here, it's not something that will be seen anymore, but might as well add it. And then you just need to add, so this area would be all grass. I'm gonna put this one all grass. This one will be grass as well on this side. So I'm gonna put a sidewalk on this, and then a sidewalk on this side as well. And then we're going to connect them together. And then trim and extend them as well, so that they are curved. And then we could just delete this. And I think that's good enough. We can deal with this now. And then I'm just going to just push it right here. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So this one shouldn't be, so no offset. Okay, so that's good. Edit this boundary so that it covers all of that. And then now we just need to add some grass floor. So go back to floor, and then edit type, duplicate, floor number 5 would be grass. Pull it up, apply, and then OK. This part will be very fast because we already have the line, so we just need to use pick line. And then we just need to pick all of this. And it's a lot faster. Click finish on that first. This one, no offset. And then let's create one right here. So it's just a big rectangle. And then no offset height as well. And then let's look at it again. And then as you can see, it looks nicer now. What we can do is we could put in grass, some trees here, trees at the back. Maybe we should add trees right here as well. I believe that's much better if we just edit this one and create an opening as well, and then we could just trim right here, and then delete this, and then delete this, and then we could just fillet art here. I'm gonna align here so that it's all aligned and looks much better. And then let's edit this one. This is the floor. I'm just going to align it here, align it here, and then now pick line. And then let's trim and extend right here, and then delete this part. And then actually we missed this one. I'm going to push this one right here and then fillet art again. Click finish, show the error, and then let's trim and extend this one. And then right here we just need to adapt. So delete this, and then we could just trim and extend right here, and then trim and extend the missing part there. So that looks good. Next is I'm going to make this one bigger. Actually, this will be doubled. We will have something in the middle as well, and then I'm going to align this so that everything is same height. And then here we're going to have the curtain grid again. I want to make sure to have everything first. We're gonna add everything and then deal with this. So actually it's a perfect spot, and then I could just have it in the middle right here, and then exactly where the door is. I should add a maybe roof here at the top, so that would look much better. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add curtain grid right here in the middle, and then I'm going to do the same thing right here. Exactly the same. and then here we could just take care of that later on. Yeah, let me take care of this by moving this right here and then adding one in the middle and then putting it right here. And then now let's divide this. This one I'm gonna divide it by 3. As you can see, you can still do that. Revit will help you out as well. It's basically snapping. Once you go over or under the mid part, it will help you guide you with the third. And then here we need to add the vestibule as well, and then it will be exactly in the middle right here. So let me do that. Let me create a wall. Or the curtain grid itself. And then here we could just put this one up to level 2, and then let's add a roof. So I'm gonna click on roof, yes, and then roof number 2, no base offset. And then I'm just going to align it. And then I want to see it. And then here we just need 0. So it's basically right there. Usually they put heaters right here so that people once they come, they could just have that one blown out or have a heater right there. And then here as well, click the roof, yes, and then just add it right here. And then click finish. Same thing, that looks good. And then we're gonna fix those doors. We're gonna add the doors as well. Roof again. Click on finish. And then we have there, we're going to add curtain grid on one segment like this. So I'm going to do that here around 600 probably. I'm gonna maintain the 600 like that. And then here as well, curtain grid, one segment. Here is 500 because it's snapping to 500, and that's making my life easy. This one is 700 because of the glass. And then I'm just going to put this one to 700, so that's good enough. And then we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors, and then just add the single door, click open, and then select the panel and then change it to the door. Go to find, so that make sure to change this to the detail to find, so that you can see the door right there. And then we're gonna fix the orientation of the swing. Change this. Make sure to click on tab in order to change orientation on those. And then after that, to change those orientation, go back to level 1 here, put it here, and flip it the other way. It needs to be like this because for fire reason, so people won't get stuck. So that's the way it should be when it comes to the doors for exterior. It's always going from outside. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the site, and as you can see, we have all of this. We have the sidewalk, and then we made it from floor. And if we go to load family, and then if we go back to the main where we have this site, we'll be able to add in more information actually. So here on parking, we have all of this curb. We also have islands, so if you don't want to create it from floor, you can just insert this parking island. And then we have all of this parking space, ADA, and then we also have pavement stripe. So maybe we could use this one, pavement stripe, CM, and then here we could add all of that right there. So we could basically space it out properly if we want to. The spacing we're looking for is around 2750. I want to space this one 2750, and then we could just select that, copy, and then we could just copy from that part. So we could just copy multiple and then just keep on adding the parking stripes like that. And then what we're gonna use here is, this will be for R, so we could use this for our handicap. So we could just space this out like that, and then load family again. Sorry, so delete this. So insert load family, and then we have this symbol. We could add that symbol, CM, and then add it right there. So this one gives us more of this information right there. It's basically adding more of our more detailed to our drawing. and it looks more complete. So 2750, and then let's copy this 2750 again, and then copy it from there. To make it easy for us. And then maybe this last one will be our handicap. And then lastly, we're going to add it to spacebar. Let's add it right here. I'm just going to align it right here. And then this one can be both for handicap as well. So those are the stuff that you can add. You just need to insert it, and then let's try and adding the parking island if you want to. CM, and then we could just add it right here. Maybe we need to extend this bit, or we need to add the other island. Maybe it's slicker. So this one, it's a lot slicker. And then we also have this. So different kinds of island. We have 90 degrees, 80 degree. So you just need to play around with this. And then most of the time we put this one right here and add parking in front and also on the side as well. So I'll leave it up to you guys. You can also add a parking right here. So you could just add this one, all of this, copy that, add it right in front, and then space it out. And then in order to copy a lot of them, you just need to grab this one right here and then just simply keep on adding. And then you could just leave the ones in the corner if you don't want to. And then as well on the side right here, you can also add more if needed. You can also extend this in order for you to be able to add more right here, more parking, because some of the car dealership, they have cars parked around the area. So their stock will be parked around the area, and that will be beneficial. And then here we have those. The next thing is we just need to add the mullion. So click on mullion, click on all grid. We basically finished all of this. We added the doors on the last video. So here we're just adding the grids right there. So everything, we need to delete those mullions below here, because those are the doors, and obviously we don't need to have that there for some reason. So we just need to add it again on all of them. just want to make sure that it didn't double this part. And then let's delete only the one at the bottom. So use your tab and then play around with that. Because obviously you don't have it there. And then here, we don't want it to be offset, so make it 0 and click apply, then OK. Because for some reason there are offset and you don't want it to be offset actually. So at least that covers that. Delete this. And we're going to delete this one. And that part as well. I might extend this one so that we have parking spot around the front. So that's something that I probably will do. And then here we could just extend this. And then we could extend this one as well, just to be sure that we have enough space later on. And then here, let's just extend all of this. So maybe one car plus the back. Click on finish, and then let's edit this one as well. Select that and then grab it from here, and hopefully everything is good. And then let's pull this one back, make sure the elevation tag is not moved, and then we could maybe just copy that for the front. And then we're going to put in the island in front right here. Maybe we should add in the bigger one, the bigger island, which is right here. And I just want to double check that how it looks. Almost the same look. Maybe we could just edit this so the width can be edited. So I'm just going to roughly double check this one. This is around, so we could set this one to 67,000. So here, edit, duplicate, and then width 67,000 on the other side. And then we could just move this one right here. Maybe a little bit more. 68,000. I think that's good enough just to add it right there, and that's how it will look. And then I'm just thinking that we probably need to extend it a little bit more so that we can have two cars can drive right here. So just a little bit more, and then we're good. Maybe around that is good for two cars, and then edit this again. And then I'm just gonna use my arrow key to just nudge it into that area, and then just add it there. So I'm happy with that. And we have enough space to go around here. So now let's go back here into our 3D. I want to make this beautiful for the entrance, so we need to go to our south elevation, and we can tackle both of this. So I'm going to go into my model in place component, drop down model in place, and then choose generic model, and then select the extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane, which is the glass. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a square or a rectangle. I'm just going to make this one big enough for the entrance, a L on this so that it goes all the way down, and we could just put this one right there. And then again I'm going to have this one, so maybe we could just offset this one around 600. Let's see if I think that's more than enough, or I think that's too low. Make it 800. Yeah, let's do 800, and then just delete this and pick this one at 800. And then let's trim and extend, and then SL, and then trim and extend on this one, and then click on, before we click on finish, we could put this one on as a metal. So let's do one of the aluminum here, click apply, OK, and then click finish, and then look at it at 3D first. Expand this somewhere like that, and we're going to sweep this. So what I'm gonna do now next would be go in here, sweep void, pick path. I'm gonna select this path, and then from here, as you can see, we have the axis. We're gonna chop off some of this. So once you click finish, select this one again, click on edit, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna click this and we're going to void triangle, at least a triangle right here. And then click finish and then finish again, and then click cut geometry. Here we just need to edit the void again, edit sweep, edit profile. Because this one was not connected here, that's why it's not showing. So let's expand this big enough and then click finish and finish again. Cut geometry, and we have that angle right there. It's simple, but it's subtle. Maybe we could extend it a little bit more. So we could do that. So I believe that will look nice. Edit profile. And then trim and extend to connect them. This one is really big now. I think that's good enough for me. So that looks nice. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do something about our site. Now we're going to do more, and I'm going to edit the site. I'm going to extend this more, and also if you go to level 1, we have a corner right here. I want it to be circular. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete the curtain wall first in order for me to curve this. So select the wall and then CS, and then use fillet arc and select those two walls right there, and then type in 5,000. Or just create the curve first and then edit it later on. So here we could manipulate it and do 5,000 instead. Also on this wall, but we're gonna delete this, and we're gonna delete this car right here. So now select the wall again, CS, and then curve this one. And then escape and select this and 5,000. And in order for us to add our curtain walls right here, what we need to do is to select this. What I'm planning to do is to add windows all throughout. So I'm gonna show you how to do it, because it's actually difficult to add a curtain wall onto a curve wall. So in order to do that, because I don't want it to be all up to the height, so I'm gonna drag this one down and then add another wall that is only for that part. So now I'm going to edit the roof first. So edit footprint, go back to level 1, and then just copy this. So pick line and then trim and extend. And then we could edit this one later on. I'm planning to extend this a little bit outward so that we could, because I believe 2 cars is more than enough right here. I'm probably going to extend this one a little bit. Actually, we could just do this now. Edit boundary. And then edit this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then move this one also, except for the elevation tag. There we go. And then we could edit this. So I want it to be longer right here. Why? Because most of the time when I notice they usually park cars in front as well to showcase it. So better yet, do the same thing. We're gonna add cars outside right here. And then click finish. And then lastly, the floor. We're going to edit that, and we're going to use pick line. So now let's look at it at 3D. I like to gauge it like that, and then of course this one as well. We just need to edit this, use pick line to trim and extend those. I'm planning to add this one into this panel right here, but I'm gonna change this location. I want it in front of here instead. So this vestibule, I'm gonna move it, MV to move, and then put it in the middle. And then we're going to copy this one onto here. Okay. And then we're going to go to 3D, and we just need to move it back to a glaze, and that's back to glazed. And then we should just edit this and delete this. And then now we just need to add mullion onto that lower portion, and we could just add the same idea onto this wall right here. So now we could pick a new place, cancel this. I want to just set another location for this. So this one, we could just move it manually. and that's the entrance. And then here we could just edit. I think that's good enough. And then of course we need to move this back. There we go. And then here we need to select everything and then put it -200 from the host. As you can see, it's just at the top there. Select this one as well and choose that -200 and click apply. So now it's on the ground. And then right now here, so if you notice, if we check this and put a curtain wall, it will just create a line like that. So the trick is to select that and then use a storefront. But the issue with storefront is it's actually all the way to the top. So what we're gonna do is we need to slice this or add another stack wall right here. So we're gonna do that. Let's see if we could split face, which we cannot. So what we could do now is just drag it down and then add another one. So we're gonna add another one. So this one is, let's make it 700 from the top. Let's see how it looks. I just want it to be, that's good enough for me. So this one is -700 from the top. And then we're going to add another one. So CO, and then add it there as well. CO, add another one there as well. So now if we go to 3D, there will be 2 of them right there, and we just need to fill up those spaces. So AL for the align it for the top, and then AL for this portion right here. There we go. So now everything looks good. Same thing we're gonna do here. AL, align it from the top, and then here drag it from the bottom to the top. Make sure to just grab this arrow right here. AL, align it from here there we go. So now once we make this, we'll be able to just use storefront and it will curve it, and then storefront as well right there. So that looks good. And then now we just have a task on doing this. If you want, what we can do is do the same thing on this side, because why not, so that everything is aligned. We could do top offset -700 and then add another one as well. It's gonna be easier for us. And then we just need to come back here, select this wall, CO, and then add another one. And then do the same trick that we do. Align it at the top. select this and then drag it all the way at the top, and then AL, and then there. And then now we could select this and then just use storefront to add that. And that looks good right there. I'm going to copy this and then add it to this vestibule. I think we need to go to level 2 in order to see it. CEO, and then add it onto this part. Of course, if you want to see it properly, you go to underlay and then change it to level 1, and then at least you can see the footprint. So you do it nicely and properly. And then make sure to turn it off afterwards, change it back, or just go right here. Now we have this part right here, and then we're gonna create a nicer billboard right here with the logo. We're going to, I plan on adding it here as well. I want to splice this SL, slice it here, -700, and then select this CO, copy to the same thing, AL, and then drag it again, AL, and then change this back to storefront. So now everything is aligned like that. For here, I don't need to worry about anything. I want this service entrance to have a banner right here. So I'm probably going to do a model in place right here to create that banner. I'm also going to change this to a different exterior wall. We're going to duplicate exterior wall number 2, and then here we're going to change this. For now, this is going to be duplicate of plaster 2, in order for us to change the materials once we're in Twinmotion. Okay, then okay, and then now we're gonna change it. So we're gonna select this wall right here, this wall, and then this wall to be exterior wall number 2, and then everything else, maybe this wall as well. Let's add this one to exterior wall number 2 because it's always until here only. This one is just regular. And then in Twinmotion, we're going to add cars right here. Something like that. But if you're just working on Revit, this is good enough right here. Because once we're in Twinmotion, I'm gonna delete this once we're sending this, because we have different cars that we're going to add from there. So here we could just copy it from here and then move this one. And then as you can see, that's the way they have it. And then let's not forget to add the doors again. I'm going to go to south elevation because we can actually move this to the center like that. I think that's good enough. At least everything is equaled. Or we could just actually, that's fine. And then we're going to add a curtain grid, one segment, 400 from there, and then from 400 for here. Actually, I think I don't want to add separation there anymore, only in the middle. I think that's good enough for the entrance here. And then add this one. Go back to level 1 so that you can change the orientation. And then flip it to the proper one. So that's good. Go back to 3D to see how it looks. So this one's fine. We could put service right here. Sorry, used car. And then here, we're gonna change this. So for sure, we're going to add the doors there. Let's not forget to remove this right here. And then we could delete this. Let's unpin this and then add a glass door right here. Unpin it first and then add the door. Let's not forget to delete this. And then go to level 1. And we could make it bigger, this one. And then let's just nudge this in place, so don't extend this anymore, so just leave it like that. And then on the next video, we're gonna add the Chevrolet logo now, and then other model in place stuff as well. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to edit the shape of our building. We just gave it a curve, and then we changed this to a storefront window, and then we added the doors, and then we put the one that we did here on this side. Now we're gonna add the signage here on the main entrance of the main building, and then we're going to create the Chevrolet logo right there. So now let's go to level 1, and if you notice, it's not showing for the parking stripe That's because you just need to change your view range. So you can offset this to 200 and then it will appear. So there you go. Because it's below level 1 now. So that's why. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on architecture and then model in place and then choose generic model. Press OK and then OK. We're gonna create an extrusion right here in front of it. And we're gonna use this. It's going to be all the way to the top. So go to 3D so that we could estimate how high it is. So I think this one is good enough. And then we're going to create a void out of it. So now select this and then we're going to put it on south elevation because we're going to create a void extrusion. Pick a plane, select this plane, and then we're going to just add it for now. Go to 3D so that we can see it much better, and then just void it. And then click cut geometry. And then from south elevation, we could manipulate it. So we could just show portion of it, portion of the entrance, something like that. And then we're going to create an awning here as well. And then we're going to add another void extrusion at the top. And then just lower it like that. So same thing, go to 3D, push it right there, and then cut. For some reason this one moves a bit, so we're just going to move it back to the correct space. There we go. I think that's good enough. The logo's gonna be there. Before we click right here, we need to change this to another metal material. Apply OK. So now we need to add another extrusion. So go to south and then create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select it right here, and we just need to add an awning of the same kind. And then here we just need to add it onto this part right here. Maybe around 700. And then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. Even in level 1 we could look at it and see how it looks. let's go right here, and then for the awning we're just gonna push it somewhere right here, like in the middle of this opening. I'm gonna enlarge this one a little bit, and that looks good right there. And then we're just going to add another one, maybe at the bottom right here, an awning. So let's go to level 1, and then I want it to be all the way right here. So let's do this. So create extrusion. This one is good. Add it onto this part. We could use pick line. And of course we need to go only up to here. Let's trim here. TR, trim and extend on this part, and then delete here. And then we need to offset this. I'm gonna choose spec line, and then this one is around, I think, let's put 400. So pick line, 400 offset. There we go. And then 400 offset as well here. And then trim and extend onto this side, and then trim and extend on this side as well. So now just trim and extend as well, and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, because we're gonna do the other side as well. And then here we need to put it in the proper height. So AL, I'm going to choose this height right here, and then move this one right here. Then align it, AL, align it from the bottom right here. There we go. And then obviously we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. So let's go right here, and then do the create extrusion as well. Pick line, select this one and this one, and then 400. And then close it off right here, trim and extend, and then close it off right here as well. Click finish, make sure it's the same material, and then we can pull it up. I usually pull it up first and then align it again, so that I have room to see where the alignment is, and that looks good. We can actually move it all the way right here because it's the same material that we're gonna use, so might as well. So let's go to level 2 because it's already there now. Edit extrusion, and then I'm just going to extend it here. so that everything looks nice. Delete this and then click finish, finish, and then check it in 3D. And then let's double check. So those awning, we could add lights on that so that it looks nicer. And then here we're going to add, so go to architecture, you need to set it, pick a plane, set it on here, and then we need to click model text, click OK, and then we're gonna set this one again. For some reason this one is I need to rotate this. $90, and then we could edit, duplicate. This will be Chevrolet. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna change this to calibre, and then change the materials and the text. A metal material again. And then here we'll be able to change to what we want. Edit this. You want to make it bold as well if you want. So depending on how it looks, I think this one looks the same as the Chevrolet. And then we're going to put the logo here. We're gonna create that. And then with that said, we could select this, pick a plane, and then select here, model. We could put Chevrolet used. Let's put certified used car right here. We could change this again, and then here maybe make it smaller, so duplicate. This one is maybe 400 in size. And then we're gonna put the logo here as well. So let's create the Chevrolet logo. So let's zoom in. We could go to south elevation for now, so that we could recreate it right here. And we're going to do model in place again, generic model, press OK, and then we're gonna do an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here. And then now we're going to create a cross, and I'm just going to create like a 700 by 400, or make it 500. I think that's good enough. And then something like this. I'm gonna move this from the midpoint and then move this one again to the midpoint, somewhere here. And we could SL, trim and extend those, and we're going to put this one like that. And then trim and extend. And then you could basically go and Google Chevrolet logo to see how it is being done. So for now, I'm going to create this one, move it a little bit back. What I'm gonna do next, I should have created, instead of this, is blend, because seeing it now, so I'm gonna copy this, finish, and then going to do a blend again, and then I'm gonna add this one right here, and then after this I'm going to move it a little bit, something like that. And then now I'm going to edit the top and then offset this probably 20. No, make it, I think, around 50. And then click finish. Remove it right there, add it here, change this to a different material. Most of the time this is metal, so I'm gonna put metal material, apply, OK. So we're good on that. And then we're going to add the one inside here. So we're going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, and we need to pick here. Click finish, change this to a different material. It's yellow, so we're going to I'm going to use resin first, just to show the yellowness of this. And this one is just from the inner side of this. And then here we're going to lower it a little bit. Probably just 5, something like that. for a logo, that's good enough. Maybe I'll do 10 and then create a void to make it nicer. So I'm gonna create a void extrusion, pick a plane, and then offset this to, I think, 20. Click finish. This one is -5 and then 20 here. And then cut geometry. So it looks like this now. Maybe I'll do is -3. I think that's good enough. And then click finish. Go back here, and then I'm just going to paint this resin. I think that's good enough. Let me just double check. There we go. I think that's good enough. So those are the extrusion, negative, and then it's still showing the model, and there is a cut there. So I'm going to copy this and then maybe add it. So I'm gonna add it onto this side. Going to align it from here and then at the back here. AL. I don't want to do this too much, so might as well edit in place, select all of this, copy, and then here copy again, edit work plane, pick a plane, and we're going to add it here. And then now we just need to move it, MV, there we go. So now it's better there. We could just go right here. I want to center this a little bit more. There we go. And then copy this. Pick a plane and then select this one. That looks good now. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the logo, and then we created all of this as well. And now we're gonna continue working on this. And what I noticed is when I copy this, and then this one got copied, but some of the void form and extrusion is not copied. Maybe because this one is hidden at the back and I don't want to keep on adjusting it. So in that sense, I want to go back to south elevation, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna edit this. I'm gonna remove this now so that this one is just a single, and I could just move this one to the right location. And then what we're going to do is we're going to convert this to a loadable family, so it's not an in-place model anymore. So what we need to do is select this, click edit in place. So this is very important. Select it back, so select everything, and here we need to create a group. So let's put this one as logo. Press OK, and then you need to go to File, Save As, go to Library, and you want to choose Group, not Family. So let's select this group. Now we need to save this as logo. We have Revit family right there, and then my logo as well. I want to save this to the proper folder that I want, so I'm gonna save it right here. And then once we have it saved, let's finish this. Go to 3D, and we want to add it here, so we could move this and then select the logo, and we could basically add it. So add it there, and we could just align it to the face, and then we could nudge it in place right there. So at least we have the capability of just adding this logo now. I'm going to copy this and put in a smaller, or we could just put it right in the middle. Nudge it a little bit on that side, and then we could just put it in the middle. Delete this now. So we have everything looking really good. We did change this to exterior wall, but we haven't changed this, so I'm gonna change it now. So exterior wall number 2 for that. Let's see this one. So we deleted that, something to do with something short right here. Let's leave this one as exterior wall number 1, and then I want to edit this because I don't want the cherry So I want a metal door right here. So we could just probably use, we already used that, copper patina. Press OK, apply on those, and then here we could actually just copy paste this. And then we have those ones done. Also, let's go to insert, load family, and I want to change the door to a commercial door. Let's look for a metal door, so something like this for cold room. I'm gonna add everything. So select here, scroll down, hold on shift, and then click OK. And we want to change this 900 by 2000 to this code. So I'm gonna copy, right click, select similar, or select all instant visible in the view, and let's change it to the cold door. So now everything looks good for commercial. And then here we're going to select this one so that we could just copy it to this part. I want to double check if we have everything. So we covered everything. I also want to add the same thing, only at the top here. So I'm going to edit this in place. Select this one and then get the material, go to level 1, and we just need to add an extrusion onto this side. So I'm going to add something like that, and then trim and extend. And then here 400. And then trim and extend here. Offset this to 400 so that we could just click here. And also here. And then trim and extend on all of those, and we could just extend this up to the window. And then trim and extend, and then click finish, go to 3D so that we could extrude it properly. Look for the arrow, and then here we're going to align it AL. And then here I just want to double check the extrusion. So around 700. We need to extrude it a little bit more. I think that's good enough. And then click finish. So we have that done. Next thing is we're going to have something right here. Also, let's not forget to add something right here as well, because this is the part. So lounge. So use car is right here, and then we have launch advisor here for the part list or part. So what we could do is add the same thing. So CM, add the logo. Align it right here. And then this will be ease elevation, I believe. And we could just put it right here. And then for the model text, let's just put this one at, I'm going to service parts. And then let's not forget the material. So that looks good right there. I'm happy with that. And then now I'm going to create this. So I'm probably going to use this wall right here. So I'm going to go to south and then create a model in place. We could actually create it from this material, or actually I want to cancel that. I want to know what we use for this one. So plaster 1, and then create the model in place, generic model. We're gonna set it, pick a plane, select this wall, extrusion, we're gonna connect it there, and we're going to have that there. Trim it. look at it at 3D to see how it looks, and then add this material right here. The good thing about this is we could basically there we go. We could manipulate it depending on how we want it, and that's how I like it. This one we could just move it into this. And then we could put service entrance. And then the Chevrolet logo. So select finish, and then CM, add the logo right here, and then align it, AL, align it right there. And then you could go to south elevation in order for you to add it there nicely. I could leave it like this one, and then CS on this, pick a plane, and then add it there. RO, and then here let's add the same material. And then let's change the text to service entrance. And then there you go. Very simple, but it looks good. And then I'm going to add here as well. So I'm gonna add the same thing. So edit in place. I'm gonna select this aluminum 7075. I'm gonna create an extrusion. And I'm gonna add it like this. So we're adding a signage. We could just make it simple like this, and we already have that one there. We're going to add logo and then some text. So I'm gonna add a logo, CM on that. And then on the other side as well. And then here we could go to east elevation for this one. And then west elevation for the other. Just add that there. Go to 3D. We could just AL, align it. AL, align it right there. And then align it right here. Select this one, CS. Set it, pick a plane, and then add the model text. We added there one, and then let's add another one onto the other side. I'm just adding everything all at once so that I don't need to go back and forth, and even the spelling, so that I could just rotate it nicely. Now just go to each of them, rotate it 90 degrees. And then let's align them. AL, I think that's good enough. I'm happy with the way that looks. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything. Now we're gonna create the sheets that we need in order to provide the drawings. So if you go to sheets, go and right click it, and then you will see a new sheet right here. We have A0 metric already loaded. If you want to have a different title block, you will be able to see it here if you go and scroll down to title blocks, and we have different kinds right here. So as of now, I'm gonna cancel this because E0 metric is the one that I want to use. So I'm gonna click OK. And then here we have A101. So I'm just gonna keep on adding. So right click right here and just keep on adding our sheets. So new sheet and then choose A0 metric. I'm gonna do 5 for now. And as you notice, Revit recognized the sequencing, so that's good. You don't need to worry about the sequencing unless you change it to, for example, 201, and then the next sheet will be 202. So it will recognize the next thing that you're gonna add. Let's go back to level 1. That's because I want to create a camera view. So here I'm gonna choose camera, and then I'm gonna take an image from here to there. And then as you can see, we have this view right here. I think this is good enough. We could change this to a shaded or realistic and even consistent color. So it's up to you. You want to make sure to change it to fine so that every handle will be shown. If we change it to realistic, I want to see how it looks, because after this we're going to render this. So I'm happy with the way it looks. So let's go to massing inside, or actually let's go to view and then click on render. Right now we have draft. That's the lowest rendering settings that you can have, and then you could go up to best or custom. So of course, the higher you go, the longer it will take to render. So for now, I'm just gonna use exterior sun only, sky view clouds, and then just click render. And then it will take a couple seconds only, so it's really fast. And then after that, we could adjust the exposure and then save the project, and we will have a rendering line right here where we could drag and drop our renderings. So here it's done. We have the rendering like that. We can adjust exposure. So if you want to make it darker or brighter, it's up to you. Change the highlights right there, shadows, saturation, and white point. I'm gonna click apply, OK, and then I'm gonna save it to my project right here. It's up to you to change the name, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. So now we have the rendering right here. And then after this, you can change the name of the sheets. It's either you want to change it here or you want to change it on here. So for now, owner will be ACD, Archcore Design, project is Chevrolet, and then the name, this will be cover sheet. And then here you can change it as well. So we could change, this will be first floor, and then we will have second floor, and then we'll have elevations, and then elevation again. We might add sections. We also might add enlarged one, all the callouts. So depending on the time that we have. So now I'm gonna add in rendering. I'm going to remove the title, so no title. I can double click on that so that we could expand it. Usually you put information here, general notes, keynotes, those kind of stuff, legends, so you could add it here. One thing I want to show you is to add the drawing list. So you need to go to schedule, right click on it, and then new sheet list. I'm going to add the sheet number first and then the name afterwards. And if, for example, by mistake you added this, what you can do is just select this and then remove parameter, and then click OK. It will create the sheet right here. You go back to cover sheet and then drag and drop. And as you can see, it's automatic. It recognizes everything. So any changes that you want here will be changed here as well. So you don't need to worry about the sheet list. What we need to worry about is the look. I want to change the look. So here I want it to be drawing list. And then appearance, I don't want this blank row. And then the title, it's a lot bigger, 5, and then here we have 4. So just different sizes to make it look nicer. So now everything looks good. So now let's go to first floor. Select that. We have level 1 here. And what I usually do is to drag and drop it to see how it looks and how we're going to scale it. So for now, this first floor is too big for the sheet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the scale to 1:500 and try and drag and drop it again. And as you can see, that looks good. Let's try and add it, not 500 but around 200. So let's make it 300. So let's go back here, delete this for now, and I think 300 is safest. What we could do is select this, use custom, and then change it to 300. And of course you want to display it. You can even change this to not to scope if you want. So this is where you change it. And then I don't want the elevation tag to show, VG. So elevation tags, go to annotate, type E, and then uncheck this. And then you go right here, check everything so that we could crop the area, because we don't need all of them. We just need those piece right here. And then let's go back to first floor and drag and drop it. And as you can see, this is the look that we want. If you want to change this to first floor, what you have to do is select this view, drop down, and then here you can type in first floor. Select it here and then click apply. If you change it here or right here, it will basically change the floor plan here. But for me, I like the way this looks. because it will sequence each other depending on the first letter. So might as well just change it on the title sheet, but it's the same level 1 right here. So before we go to level 2, what we need to do is we need to change it to 1:300. So go to custom again, 300, display name, press OK. Go to second floor, drag and drop, and then here select the view. We don't need to do this crops, so we're good with that. Second floor, and then click apply. So I'm good with that, and then we don't need to show the roof plan and all of this. So we're good with the floor plan. Let's go and add the elevation. So here, same thing. Let's go and see how it looks. And as you can see, this is too big. So what we need to do is delete it first, and then go to ease elevation and change the scale. I think 1:200 is good enough. So let's try and add it. So it's good enough, but we need to crop it. So what we need to do is go to ease elevation. You need to check all of this again, so that we have this window right here, and then we just need to crop it to the way that we want it. So now we need to do that on all of them. Change the scale, check on this. But if you notice, this one looks boring. So what we could do is we could put fine. We could do consistent color or realistic if you want. And then let's change the sky or the background to gradient. I believe that it looks much better. So what I usually do is I add some shadows and then background to gradient, and then click apply. So it's just added an extra layer of look, and it will look nicer on the drawing. But it really depends on your standards, not only on your standards, but on the standards of the company. So how they like to showcase their drawing, it's really up to them. Usually they provide you a handbook on what they want, the scaling and those kind of stuff. So here, let's just change all of this. And then go to graphic display, shadow, and then background to gradient. And then go to west, crop it again, drag it, and then change this, and then the gradient background. And the only thing that we need to do is just drag and drop it onto our sheets. So now let's go to A104, add east, and then north, And then lastly, on our A105, we add the south and west. And then let's double check this. I think we need to crop this west elevation. You just need to crop this one, unfortunately, up to here, because it's not gonna fit. Or actually, we forgot to scale it to 1:200. And then let's go back right here and then just fix the title. The drawing title. So select the view, press escape, select the view, and then you will be able to grab that line right there. So this one looks good. Let's add an enlarge, so a call out. So let's create a new sheet and then add enlarge drawing. So usually those are the callouts that you create. Let's go to floor plan level 2. Most of the time we could enlarge the ones that are, like for example, universal, like a room, universal washroom, those kind of stuff. So the way you do it is you go to view, click on call out, and then let's add this one right here. You can drag it there. What I usually do is double click here, and then I want to know where it is. So find referring view. Actually, I want to know where it is. So it's actually right here already, sorry. But I'm just going to name it as enlarge second floor. And because it's the only part right here, once we add it there, we could change the scale to make it bigger. And the purpose of that is to add in more information. And there we go. Something like that. And you can keep on adding places right here, like rooms, like for example this washroom, you can add it and then you can enlarge it by using callout. So now let's go and save this and print. So you want to make sure you select selected view and then put this one back to combine multiple, or if you want to separate them, you need to put it right here. But you want to make sure you want to have a single file, so it's better looking. Uncheck this, check all, so everything is selected. You can save as. You want to do some presets so that it's easier for you. If you did some changes, so addendums, change order, and those kind of stuff, you'll be able to do this on right here and create a preset so that you don't need to keep on selecting each and every one all the time. So here we just need to use a printer and then press OK, and then I will show you how it looks once it's ready. So the printout is ready and we can review it. So here we added A106, which is the enlarged drawing, and we didn't even have to worry about it because we know that it's going to be automatic. And then we have first floor, second floor, we have elevations, very nice looking elevations right here, and then we have the enlarged part. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the sheets, and now we're ready to send it to Twinmotion. But before we do that, we need to clean up some stuff, especially on the cars, because these cars, we're not gonna use it on Twinmotion. But if you're just doing this to Revit, so basically we're finished with Revit stuff. So I'm gonna select this, right click, and then we need to select all instant visible in the view, and then just delete it. After that, click on save. You wanna make sure that this is under find, and then you're in 3D, save it again, and then click on Datasmith, and then here we're going to export to Datasmith file, and then we're gonna save it here. You can change the name if you want to, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. Click on save, and after this one saved, I'm just going to go to my Twinmotion plugin just to open the Twinmotion. But if you already have Twinmotion shortcut, you could just double click on it and then just open it regularly. So once Twinmotion's open, you will see that we will have the ground right here. Let's close this off first, and then we have the starting base. Basically just delete the starting base. That's something that we don't need. Let's go to import and then click the plus button right here and open. Go to the file location that you saved the Datasmith and select this one and then click open, and then just import everything without any changes right here, and let's wait for it to import. And we have our model right here. So now we have our model right here. You want to make sure that we have the ground and it's not going over our model, so that's good enough. And then go to file, sign in to Epic Games so that we could use Sketchfab, Megascan, Adobe Substance 3D. And then we need to save it to our location as well. So save as, and then let's go to the folder that we want, and then this one is Chevrolet car dealership. And then press save, and then we're ready to change or to add our materials right here. So this one looks good. I like the way this one showed. We need to change the glass first, so I'm gonna click on clear glass, and we're going to change this a bit. I want it to be something a little bit dark, and then increase the opacity. Not too much, but that's good enough for me. And then we want to go to this material, the metal material, and then we need to select the paneling that we have right here, and we need to scale it a bit. And then here I want a gray material. So that's looking really good. I like how it looks. And then we're going to add the same paneling, scale it, and then we need to change it to the Chevrolet color, and that is blue as well, but a little bit sky blue, something like that. From a picture that I'm seeing, this is the one that they have there. And then we need to add some aluminum. I'm probably going to use let's put this one at silver, this one at silver as well, not silver but chrome. And then we need to change this copper with a different color, the yellow. I think this one is perfect enough for the color, and that looks good right there. And we have the signage right there, so that's looking good. I'm going to use material picker to change this to black, and we want to make the metalness for sure. There we go. So now everything is looking good. We have the Chevrolet color right there, and why not add the same thing that we have right here. I'm going to use material picker, and I'm going to just pick this one and then use this one as well for that. So now everything is looking good. I want to add a material here, a metal siding, and then scale it a bit. So that's looking good right there, and I'm happy with the way that looks. So exterior are metal, and then we have our parking stripe right here, and we have this one as well. I want to use this material, this yellowish material right here, to change this one as well. So everything is yellow there. This one, let's make it black, and this one chrome, and I want to material pick this and then change it to black. Make sure metalness is on. I think that's good, and the trim as well. Let's change the trim That looks really good there. And we have that one as well. So we have done this. Let's go and select ambience, and here we need to do some stuff. For example, FX, color gradient. If you want, you can select blue tint. That's what I usually add. Go back here, go to camera, and here one important thing that you need to check is the parallelism. That's very important, so that every time we create a view, it's all parallel and it's not tilted. Environment, we need to select HDRI environment, enable it. And then as you can see, once you change that, we'll be able to select a background HDRI or a sky dome. So depending on what we want, we'll be able to change that. Also, let's select the material for the ground. So here we could select ground, man-made, and then here we could just add concrete. For the sidewalk, I'm gonna use this and then scale it a bit, and then for the ground we could use this one and then scale it. That's looking good. And then we need to fill this up with cars. So we start on this one. Let's add in the car and then change it a bit. We're good with variation, so I kind of like it. And then we need to add it here as well. Different kinds of color. Just to showcase more. There you go. So by just simply adding those, it looks really good. And then we should just move this one a little bit outside. And then we need to fill this up with cars. Then just keep on filling up, because we want it to have that feeling of populated. And then even here we need to add some cars. And then here as well, because of the background, use car. And then why not a car that is waiting here? And then we just need to fill this up. Maybe we could just copy this. Click on tab, CO, and do that. Actually, not CO, hold on shift, and then add it like that. And then hold on shift again. And then maybe we could just add same thing right here. Let's give it some gap. So as you can see, this one looks good. And then we're going to do is we're gonna add in some backgrounds. So small buildings at the back. You can go to the 3D warehouse and download some background buildings. Two similar buildings like that, and then background buildings like this, similar as well. And then like this. I think that's good enough. And then we could add, let's change the speed to 5 here. A building right there. And maybe a tall building right here. think that's too much, so I'm going to just add one and then move it a little bit there, so it looks like a courtyard, but that's good enough. And then lastly, let's go to populate. I want to add vegetation, so foliage. I want to do a paint, or actually maybe scattered instead. Long grass. Just going to do this. Actually, instead of this, I'm gonna do scatter instead. It's going to be faster. So long grass and this one. Select both of them. Details, dryness, and those kind of stuff. Up to you. The size, select this one and then just click it to the area that you want. And then most of the time it will be created for you. It won't go over. It does sometimes go over, but it's up to you to decide if you're gonna use that. So at least here everything is covered. You just need to keep on clicking and you're good. Especially here and to here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to send it to Twinmotion and we added the materials and we set up everything. Last thing we did is we added the grass part right here. Now we're gonna add in the vegetation. And then we're gonna add the trees. I'm going to add trees right here in front. I'm gonna choose something very small, and then here as well. And then at the back we're going to have a bigger one. So click on tab and then let's hold on shift, probably around 15 meters, and then we're probably going to just put 3 more and then maybe add 1 more at the end. Something like that. So that looks good. So we're gonna add probably 4 more, 15 meters, and then click OK. So in the front, that's done. And then we're going to add the one right here at the back. For the back, For this one, I'm going to manually add it so that we have more control adding this. So just seeing it, I want to see how this one looks from far away. And then from here, we're gonna change it up to a different one. I think we can populate this one with, I think, scatter. No, paint. And then we could increase the diameter. I want to try this one. There we go. At least this one is working. And it finished it off there. So we have this kind of, let's change this age so that it's small enough, and we have the big ones right there. So that looks good. I'm happy with the way this one looks. I just want to point out, maybe we should put none here so that we could control the effect of the exposure and the weather more. Yeah, let's leave it like this. I like the orangey effect as well, so it looks more natural like this. So I want to create the media now. So what I want to do is go to ambience. I want to check the rendering. I want maybe lumen, the way this one affects, and then path tracer. I want the high. So with the lumen, scene details, let's then change this. I want it to be at least a little bit see-through for the lumen. Change the opacity, something like that. We can still see the front and then the detail. And maybe I'm going to change the environment for the rendering exposure. we might change the exposure level. Something like this. So with that, we need to create our view first. Something like this. Click right here, and then you need to turn on. Make sure this is on high, and then refresh it. And then let's go back onto this side. Let's change the speed to number 4. And add another one, and then let's just turn on the path tracer after we finish. And then here I want the image at the back. And I want to enable it so that we have backgrounds there. And then select that. I want to go right here as well. And then just turn on everything. Here we could just go in front of it. I think this is a nicer angle. And then refresh it. Move forward a little bit. And refresh it, and then turn this on. The path tracer. I think that's good enough. So we're good with the image. We're gonna quit media and then go to the video. So here we need to go front. I'm going to change the exposure first a little bit. So that it's not overpowering. So that's good right there. Select this one. I want to do this. Maybe 4 seconds. And then let's go like this. Around 8 seconds. And then here, let's add an aerial. There we go. And then here, just going back. And then 4 seconds on that. And then just going down like this. 4 seconds as well. Add this one right here. 4 seconds. And then let's go out now. And then we could have something like this. Six. And then here and then add going back, exiting. Five seconds, and then here exiting 5 seconds as well. And then after that, go back to the video, select this one, duplicate, rename this one as show reel, and then rename the other one as shorts. And here we need to change the video output size 1000 to 700, and then save it first. And then once we save it, we can export it now. Select right here, select all, and then select video, select all. Everything is turned on. All image are turned on with path tracer, and then we're good to export. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.